Okay, my name is Deacon Filmat Otieno. I'm the CEO and founder of Filma Faith, aka PGEL. At Filma Faith, we deal with production of energy. We can basically convert waste to energy. So we basically take agro waste in the form of rice husk, sawdust, bagasse, convert it into clean energy, both for domestic use, which is pellets, and for commercial use, which is briquettes and also pellets. So Filma Faith was began in 2020, and over the years we've grown. And why we began Filma Faith, number one, is to deal with waste management. We realize there's a lot of waste management in sugar industries. You go and they have a lot of waste. They don't know what to do with it. And also in agri industries like rice millers, they have a lot of waste and they never knew what to do with it. And for us also, we identified there was a need for clean energy, affordable clean energy, because Kenya is estimated that in the rural sector, around 70% of people still use conventional means of cooking like firewood, which is very harmful to their health. And it's estimated over 2,500 people die annually, either from carbon or from using a lot of firewood. And some of them have chronic diseases, things like health issues. You find when we did a survey in Western region and we went to over 900 schools, we found out almost 70% of the schools are using firewood. And most of the women who are cooking using firewood have health issues. It's either their eyes or their lungs, and they have a lot of complications. And that's why, as Filma Faith, we identified number one, waste, and now we identified how to convert it into energy and clean energy, because our energy is clean to the end user. And it's also affordable, unlike conventional means of energy. So it's affordable to the end user and it's still clean. So at the end of the day, you have healthy people using clean energy, So that is why Filma Faith exists, to provide clean energy to the environment and also to provide affordable energy that everyone can afford for daily use. Okay, so we've encountered several problems. One of them has been financing, yeah? As a startup, you find that our financial system is very shrewd to startups. You walk into a bank, you ask for money, you have a business idea, most of them will turn you down. They ask you to bring them big traction, contracts, worth millions that you've been doing, security. I'm a young person. When I began this business, I was barely 24 years, yeah? So getting a land that is worth 5 million under your name to give us security is difficult. So it was one of the challenges that we faced. We believe if we'd have gotten enough financial support when we began, our traction so far and our reach and our product will be known widely, and it will have more customers and impacting more lives than what it is right now. So one of the hurdles has been financial access to finance. Number two has been accessing patient capital. You find that even the people who are willing to finance, you want to take advantage of the business. You find an investor coming on board and they want to own 60% of your business just because you don't have the money and they have it. Or an investor is coming on board and they want to take almost every profit for themselves. So lack of patient accessible capital also is another issue. The third issue we've faced is policy. Government policies have been very unfavorable to young business. You find you are a startup, and even before you begin, the permits and the licenses you need, even before you put your money for business, especially in this waste industry, is not less almost than 500,000. You need NEMA, you need county, you need transport licenses, all licenses, some are overlapping. You pass from one county to the other. There are different types of licenses. So those are some of the challenges we've been facing policy-wise. I think our government needs to really check on that and policy, and at least put favorable policies for SMEs, especially startups that are making an impact in our environment and in the lives of the end user and in the lives of even young people, because we're also employing young people. So yeah, that's another challenge. And the last challenge has been just accessing the market. You find that in the market, there are big players offering energy just like you're offering. And they have the resources to do marketing. They have the resources to reach anywhere. And you're just a startup. You don't have the resources to do proper marketing. So you find you have a good product and it can't get to the end users as it should. So yeah, there's been that challenge also. So I normally say, for me, KCIC has been the best experience I've had as an SME. If KCIC hadn't supported me since I met them, we wouldn't be existing as PGL, yeah? That's what I say. And that's what I tell everyone out there, because KCIC, number one, is the only financial institution, apart from bootstrapping from friends, that have supported us as an institution through the Green Biz program and through the SWIFT program, yeah? KCIC has done things like branding. The branding you're seeing here, it's courtesy of KCIC. They've given us so much technical support, and KCIC, it's one of the people that have seen potential in our business. And every time we think of KCIC, it gives us encouragement to keep doing what we are doing, because we know there's someone who values our business, believes in what we are doing, and they've even actually financially supported it, technically supported it, and are always supporting us, even through such things as this exhibition. We are here courtesy of KCIC. So I believe KCIC are doing a lot to our business, and not to our business alone, to other SMEs they're supporting. And I'm very proud of what they're doing. Sometimes I wish our government could do what KCIC is doing in a large magnitude. Because, for example, KCIC has been supporting us. We've employed several people. If this could happen, several SMEs will really have a huge impact in our community, in our society. Things like unemployment will not be an issue. So KCIC is doing a lot, and I encourage them to keep doing what they're doing, to keep supporting SMEs. They're doing a good job, and may God bless them for what they're doing, and even increase them with more so that they can support more people. Yeah, so we see ourselves growing beyond where we are currently at Kajiado, Kitengela. We see ourselves having at least 10 branches across Kenya. And we already identified two, one in Kisumu, one in Kirinyaga. We hope to do others in Coast region and other regions like Turkana and Wajir, where there are so many types of waste and other resources we can use to make briquettes and whatever we are doing, turn them into clean energy. So we hope to see our growth expand from where we are currently, number one, and also our market to grow, and also our revenues to grow, and also the level of impact we are making in terms of the people we are supporting, and even our products to have more market traction and to reach more people and even transform more lives. Wow, I can say you can see me lifting on my hands. It has been an amazing experience. Actually, I was very excited. I actually just came Jana when I learned we can come to this exhibition. I even just came Jana earlier on to just see, because I was excited about it, yeah. Number one, just the location, KICC. Everyone knows any exhibition at KICC, it's a very strategic place. So you'll have every key person coming on board.
KCIC has been one of the most impactful organizations in the climate space. The journey so far has had its challenges, but also extreme successes. We are expanding our horizons to support not just Kenya like we've done in the last 12 years, but to support the entire continent. This strategy is going to be anchored on a very sustainable KCIC. It's going to be anchored on an institution with very strong governance, an institution that at first glance can be able to win the trust of its stakeholders. And then it is going to be anchored on very empowered and forward-looking members of staff.
different times call for different approaches. We have seen what is happening in the global arena, not only in business but also in governments. And I think time has come for the Africans to start thinking, how can we be able to become independent? Not independent, we don't require international partners, but how can we be able to really use what we have to get what we don't have? In terms of our model, we expect that we'll be able to debate a little bit in terms of how we implement our programs moving forward. We don't want to look at KCIC as an entity that is just doing course for applications and just supporting entrepreneurs. As I've said, we want to deviate a little bit and focus on how can we be able to catalyze the ecosystem. How can we work with incubators and accelerators, not only in Kenya but also in other African countries.
KCIC will leverage a number of partnerships, one being bilateral donors that could support some of the programs, looking at multilateral donors. We will also looking at partnering with various foundations. We are looking at partnering with the regional bodies, the likes of NEPAD, the African Union. Then at the operational level, we are looking at other climate innovation center, other enterprise support organizations that we can work with. And then at policy level, we are looking at working with both, in Kenya mainly, county governments and national governments. In other countries, we are looking at working with the national government and any regional governments that they could be having.
The African climate investment landscape is currently growing. There's a lot of opportunities, a lot of financing that then is coming in to support enterprises. With the 4.0 strategy, we'll strategically position not only KCIC but the climate entrepreneurs that we support to be able to tap into these opportunities holistically, thereby creating impact not only in addressing solutions but creating impact in the communities around which they operate in.
In the changing world that we are in, grant is becoming rare and limited as we grow. And so will be the financing instruments available for SMEs to grow. Through this we are coming up with innovative financial instruments that not only scale the investments and SMEs run by the various entrepreneurs, but also ensure that they are not dependent on grant. Through this we are coming up with various instruments such as resort-based financing, repayable grants, to ensure that as the pool of financing grows thinner, we are able to finance not just the ones within the program, but much more within that are not usually chosen by the various programs as they run for call for application.
The most exciting part of the Strategy 4.0 for me is the opportunity it gives us to now intentionally create programs with the communities at the forefront. They will no longer be just beneficiaries, they will be co-architects of change. Take the thousands of waste pickers who have built their businesses around recyclable collection. So the Strategy 4.0 will be co-creating programs not for the community but with such communities, taking into consideration their pain points that affect their livelihoods.
As we support enterprises and as we also look for opportunities for collaboration nationally, regionally and internationally, and even as we help governments across to put in place policies that will help to grow the sector, we will rely more on data, and so we look at the research component as a big pillar for generating evidence, not only from Kenya, but across the region, and also learning from best practices across the world.
I'm very excited about Strategy 4.0 because
It has changed how we are doing programming moving forward. The Dream Hub program is the first program that mirrors our Strategy 4.0, and we are implementing this through a hub and spoke model. And the model entails KCIC being a coordinator, and then we onboard various spoke partners to implement specific pillars of the Dream Hub. So we have partners like Rafford, Ecklof helping us implement the access to finance pillar. We have the Kenya National Farmers Federation implementing the community livelihood pillar. We have Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Dairy Training Institute implementing skills development pillar, and other partners in the ecosystem. So you find that working with all these partners, you are able to make sure that the beneficiaries, who are the cooperatives of the farmers group, get every support that they need.
Communication and knowledge management will form a bedrock and a lifeblood, if I can call it that, of KCIC Strategy 4.0. From an institutional capacity point of view, I'm looking at communication enhancing how we do our work at KCIC, both internally in terms of coordination across different departments, across different facets, across the different countries that we will be operating in, and looking at the entire model that this strategy sits on, which is the integrated climate entrepreneurship ecosystem model. I think development communication approach is going to be a big part. We want to hear the voices of the climate entrepreneurs. We want to hear the voices of the development partners, the funders, the donors, the implementers, the ecosystem partners that we are going to be working with. What are their voices? What are their pain points? What's working? What's not working?
Data is the lifeline of any organization. So through monitoring and evaluation, you're able to generate credible, or you are able to generate data that you can use for decision making. So for us is how do you come out with data that can be used to enhance the decision making function of both the management and the board. The second thing is also about evidence. We are looking at climate change that is still evolving, uncertainties that still exist. So you don't want to just have risky sort of programs that do not meet the needs of the clients. So you are looking at how do you use that data to inform your programming cycles. The last one is also accountability. Remember, we are funded by donors and other development partners. We want to have some sort of a framework or mechanism that at the end of the day deliver value for money and also meet the expectation and the interests of the people that have partnered with you.
So when you were envisioning the strategy 4.0, we also thought like we wanted to have a lean machine, but a lean machine that has a very high performing culture. And that means we definitely need to have staff members who are very engaged, motivated, and are satisfied with what they are doing. So that basically means our work environment and the environment that we provide our staff is supposed to be an environment that motivates our staff, that engages our staff, that makes our staff become more resilient and own what they want to do, considering one of our core values is innovation. We want staff to own that, so that when they're doing, they know, they take the ownership of what they're doing, they're responsible, they're engaged, they know they're here to deliver the final strategy. And I think one of those, the key pillars, as you have said, organizational capacity development, is just a mechanism to enable the staff to use it to ensure that we deliver our mission and vision at the end of the day.
I got to know about KCIC at a time when we were looking at modeling some of our operations to climate awareness. KCIC offered us results-based financing, a good loan at a good rate, good timelines to pay back. They actually settled the cost of our equipment that built our capacity tenfold. So we moved from 30 kilos a day to 300 kilos a day.
the Kenya Climate Innovation Center, we came to know about them just when we had made our prototype, okay? And that was in 2021. We actually made 5 different versions of our concrete beehives to try and capture the behavior. Now, this was not possible with our own funds because it was an expensive experiment, if I may say so. But with the KCIC funds, we were able to experiment to the level of having 5 different versions of our innovation until we settled on one now that is capturing the behavior of all the bees. They are also helping us with the Kenya Bureau of Standards certification, KEP certification, because as I told you, we have gone beyond honey, we have gone beyond the beehive, we are in the value-added chain where we are making soaps, we are making lotions, we are making body creams, we are making lip balms, we are making candles.
We are a local manufacturer of dairy equipment. Some of the equipment that we make are from transportation tanks to cooling units to value addition, that is both heating and cooling, and also processing of butter, cheese, or any other dairy value add product. But right now, I believe we are better placed as compared to where we were before we started this program with KCIC. We have not only improved in terms of volumes of sale, but even the brand trust. I believe we are a happy partner to KCIC.
For me, KCIC has been the best experience I've had as an SME. If KCIC has hadn't supported me since I met them, we wouldn't be existing as PGL, yeah? That's what I say, and that's what I tell everyone out there, because KCIC, number one, is the only financial institution, apart from bootstrapping from friends, that have supported us as an institution through the SWIFT program, yeah? KCIC has done things like branding. The branding you're seeing here, it's courtesy of KCIC. They've given us so much technical support, and KCIC, it's one of the people that have seen potential in our business. And every time we think of KCIC, it gives us encouragement to keep doing what we are doing.
The biggest achievement from this strategy will be seeing that we have actually managed to go across other African regions, and we have supported clients or enterprises.
After the 5 years of implementation of this strategy, our target is to resource mobilize 4.5 billion Kenya shillings. By happiness, we will see if we can be able to achieve or surpass the target.
What I'll be most proud of is the interconnected support we will have offered not only to the entrepreneur but to the broader ecosystem. So the entrepreneurs will be happy, and the stakeholders in the ecosystem we work in will also be happy.
I would be very proud after the 5-year strategy period to have supported a minimum of 8,000 entrepreneurs scale their enterprises from the revenues they joined the program at to where they would have reached then. And most importantly is to ensure that then KCIC can be able to turn over what they're able to do and to have a revolving fund of about $100 million by end of 5 years. The moment we are able to fundraise around $100 million to this fund, you can imagine the kind of that effect that fund will have, not only to the entrepreneurs and the communities and the ecosystem that you are supporting, but also much more important in terms of the sustainability effort of KCIC.
At the end of Strategy 4.0, I'm looking forward to a lot of community livelihood impact. I'm really excited to see how we transform the lives of people, especially underserved communities.
So we want to be an organization that contributes, number one, to creation of jobs. That is across the socio-economic parameters. Jobs help communities to thrive. The second thing is also address the emerging climate challenges. So at the end of the day, I want to see how much our intervention and our support have helped to reduce CO2 or greenhouse emissions. Number three, we also want to see that the populations and the different audiences that we are targeting with our program have increased awareness, have increased access to information that will make them make decisions that champion and also contribute to climate change agenda across Kenya and even beyond Kenya. For me, that is how I will be able to say we have succeeded in our strategy.
If we can see an ecosystem working together, creating efficiencies, that will be the best outcome of this strategy.
Hello, my name is Vincent Belling. I'm the CEO and the co-founder of Green at Mind Limited. We are a social enterprise producing clean cooking technologies. We recycle mechanic waste and scrap metal to produce clean cookstoves. But also as fuel alternative, we recycle waste of food and agri-waste to produce carbonized briquettes. The vision is to offer a full cycle of clean cooking. And we are based in Turkana County, one of the county in Kenya where 97% of the population are using firewood with open fire, which exposing the majority of them to a high rate of deforestation, but also the high rate of household air pollution, which according to the report of the government is killing over 21,560 people annually. So our main purpose is to transform cooking activities into an exciting experience, especially for women and girls who are engaged in intense cooking activities in the community. We have witnessed girls dropping out of schools because of missing schools 3 to 4 days just to look for firewood. And we have seen women spending over 5 hours in the bush looking for firewood with a lot of risk of getting raped or many other risks in a county like Turkana with a lot of scorpion and snakes and everything. So Green at Mind is coming in the right moment to provide an appropriate solution to 97% of the population who are still looking on how to get access to improve and affordable cooking technologies. And this is basically the work we are doing to Turkana County. The main problem we have been facing as a Green at Mind Limited was the collection of waste in an appropriate way. Before we started, we were not well structured until we joined the SIFT program with the KCIC, where we went through intense program of training to restructure our business model. And now currently we have a well-structured model to manage what we had as challenge before, especially in collecting waste. The main issue was in terms of logistic, for us to carry waste from the place we are collecting them up to our production site. Now, to make it easy, we managed to organize a group of waste collectors, empowering young people who have no jobs. Now they are the one in the middle of the supply chain collecting waste, and then they supply it to us, and then now we are the one buying from them to recycle. The next challenge we had was also in terms of registration. We were working without being registered officially, and through the support from the SIFT program, we have been registered. Currently, we are fully registered. We have a website which is operational, and we are now well branded. It's because of we have joined the KCIC program, especially under the SIFT program. Those are the two major challenges we are facing. And currently, the remaining challenge we are facing is in terms of machinery, equipment, especially to improve the quality of our product. And this is what we are working on currently, and we hope soon it will be solved. We also expect to expand our market, and this is another challenge we are working on to see how we can expand to move out of Turkana to expand in other areas, because there are other more counties where people are still facing challenge of getting access to clean cooking technologies. KCIC with the SIFT program has been of great support to Green at Mind. And I can say what we are today, it's because of the program. Without SIFT program, we shouldn't be in the level we are currently. We receive a lot of business coaching sessions. Also, we are being supported in terms of legal compliance, like what I mentioned. But then we are also being supported to acquire the machines we need and equipment we need to improve the quality of our product. So KCIC for us is not just providing technical support, but also KCIC is like a donor for our project and all our company activities. And also KCIC is supporting us also in terms of fundraising by connecting us with investors and any other funding opportunities that can boost our production and also our business. So it's a relationship in terms of technical support, in terms of funding, and also in terms of networking opportunities. The experience was good participating in this exhibition. We came here with the expectation of meeting new people, also connecting with new distributors who can help us in selling our product, because our business model is more on B2B approach. So coming here was to meet new people, interact with different SMEs, and also understand what they're doing, in the way to help us to also to improve the quality of our operations. So for us, participating in this exhibition is one of the most important activities for us, and we expect during the 3 days to meet new people, because already we have met new people who are going to distribute our product. We have received feedback from many visitors on the quality of our product, and we are going to improve them to ensure the next exhibition we have a perfect product. But also, this conference is one of the most important conference for Green at Mind, because it's helping us to find ourselves among other businesses providing different services. And for us to be more innovative and more creative, we are also connecting different industries to see what we can learn from them to improve what we are doing. So for KCIC by giving us this opportunity of participating in this conference, it's a way of opening doors for more network opportunities that will support our growth in the near future.
I'm Anthony Kirori, founder and CEO of Green Pencils Limited. At Green Pencils, we convert paper to wood to make pencils. Now, why did we embark on this journey? As a former garbage collector, I used to be very disappointed seeing lots of paper in the dump site. Do you know that globally, 26% of all the solid waste in landfill sites is paper? When this paper rots, it forms methane gas. Methane gas is 25 times more toxic than carbon dioxide. So as we enhance our fight against climate change, we need to come up with innovative ways of handling paper to make sure it doesn't go to the dump site. That's why we come in. We convert paper to wood to make pencils, and now also we are making color pencils and plantable pencils. Plantable pencils are pencils that will grow into a tree, vegetables, herbs, or spices. We also make road studs. These are cat eyes, or they're also known as cat eyes, for improving the driving visibility to reduce human error at night in order to reduce road accidents. The major problems we've been having are market access. When you go to the supermarkets, they tell us you only have 1 or 2 products that can be sold, and they cannot open an SKU, that's stock keeping unit, until you have got 10 or 12. So market access has been a challenge. And also from the government side, the cat eyes, the roadsides, the only client is government. Also, there are major challenges in that particular area. You find that they would request for thermoset plastic studs, which are quite inferior products compared to ours. But then, if that's what's in the design manual, that's what the contractors would work with. So market access has been our greatest challenge more than anything else. KCIC, I would say, beautiful. The leadership has been quite beautiful. They've helped us improve on our market access, visibility. They've also introduced us to a number of high-profile offices, if I can put it that way, that will help unlock the market, so to speak. And then also they gave us some grants to buy some very valuable raw materials for our work. And they've taken us through a number of, can I say what, like incubation series, whereby they help open our mind regarding market access, social media, and many other things. Yes, and also created some good partner. We've met some good partners through them, and then they've also they've enabled us to attend a number of events that ordinarily would have been a challenge for us. And in those events, we've managed to make some very good networks, which hopefully will unlock our greatest challenge, which is market access. Now, for instance, in this 6th SME National Media Group Conference and Expo, and you're here courtesy of KCIC, KCIC brought some very important delegates to the Green Pencil stand. Now, the delegates listened to what we had to say and they left. In the evening, they came back. Some of them came back. And we've had a very, very detailed conversation with one of the delegates giving me their number. And I have to go and see this particular person tomorrow morning. And from what I'm seeing is that this person is in a good position right now, a prime position right now, to help unlock very many doors for us. So if all goes well tomorrow, it could be the beginning of transforming Green Pencils from a small entity into a large corporate. And I thank KCIC for that. And of course, God. We are right now we are an SME. With the way we are going along with KCIC, I'm seeing ourselves in the next 3-4 years will be a large manufacturer. We'll be one of the large local manufacturers in Kenya, and not just in Kenya, but in Africa and beyond. We'll be a big, long and short, we'll be a big company. Yes.
Nawasco is a subsidiary of Nakuru Water and Sanitation Services Company Limited, and it was established in 2010. So what we do at Nawasco, what I'm holding here is called Maca.com. Is a briquette. The unique bit about this Maca.com, our product, is the use of fecal sludge or other human waste as the feedstock for this product. So we get this fecal sludge from the treatment plant of Nawasco. We transform it into briquettes or the charcoal briquette, which is an alternative to ordinary charcoals. So these briquettes strips cutting down of trees to burn charcoals, and has many advantages over the ordinary charcoals. One, it burns longer, almost 3 times longer than the ordinary charcoal. Another thing that people don't know is that fecal sludge, in terms of heat value, which we call calorific value, is higher compared to other biomass materials like wood dust or probably coffee husk or other materials. 1 ton of these briquettes is an equivalent to 88 trees. So when we are producing and selling 1 ton of fecal-based briquettes, we are saving 88 trees. How do you convert it into a product that can be used at household level? It goes through a number of processes. 1, after collecting the wet sludge, it is dried in drying beds where the water is eliminated through evaporation process. Once we get the dry cake, we pass it through a process we call carbonization process. This is where all the pathogens, those harmful bacteria, we eliminate them completely, and we also increase the carbon concentration. And at that point, because we heat it at very high temperatures, about 450 degrees, we ensure that the sludge is safe now for use as raw materials for briquette production. And on the other hand, we collect other waste materials from communities around, be it charcoal dust or sawdust, and when we pass it through carbonization process, if it is sawdust, the same gant. If it's charcoal dust, we just mill it to fine powder, and we combine it, we blend it in the ratio of 50-50 with carbonized fecal sludge, and we mold it into this round shape using locally fabricated materials. And then we dry it, we combine with molasses to help it stick together. And then we dry it outside in the drying racks, as you can see. After 3 days, the materials, the briquette is ready for packaging and distribution. The cost of selling these 1 kilogram of these briquettes about 40 shillings. And the cost of an equivalent amount of ordinary charcoal is the same. And it will take you 3 times longer than the ordinary charcoal. Our customer is basically those people who are using charcoal as a source of fuel, either at household capacity or at industrial or institution level. I would like to appreciate this partnership, first for Nawascol being onboarded by KCIC. And this partnership, we look at it from an angle where Nawascol is going to benefit from a different support that KCIC extends to their clients. One is building capacity of our staff. As we have realized, Nawascol has a lean team of about 9, and we want to expand our team, create more employment through this initiative, and through this partnership, that one is going to be possible. We have also seen the partnership between Nawascol and KCIC benefiting Nawascol in terms of improving their internal processes, be it bookkeeping, be it day-to-day operations improvement, basically improving the efficiency of the company and growing the skills of the team, as well as filling some technological gaps, and also opening the marketing linkages. We're also getting some linkages to the market, and also support potential partners who can come and form joint ventures with Nawascol for us to go to the next level. So this is a partnership that we value so much and we're happy about, because it's also opening the scope for Nawascol, and now we are able to see or look at things differently from the way we are looking at them before.
My name is Mugo Macharia. I'm the founder of Norma Green Plastics, a waste plastic recycling company based in Kenya. At Norma Green Plastics, we take all kinds of waste plastic and we shred them and then extrude this into products that we like referring to as plastic lumber. This is because our products are a great substitute for wood. Ukitumia products zetu hautanid kutumia mbao. So we are looking at the benefit we have as twofold for the environment. One, we are cleaning waste plastic from the environment, and two, we are saving trees from deforestation. From our poles, you are able to do fencing, you're able to do construction of your structures, be it cow pens, pig sheds, and the same. We also do outdoor furniture, we do flooring, we also do dustbins. Waste. If you can think of something you can make with our products, that will be even better. Challenges in business are varied, especially for a company that's just starting out. Starting with just the financial, but also the gap in a lot of us know or think we know business until you get into it. And then the real challenges start. You need to learn how to do your books. You need to learn how to deal with investors. You need to learn how to deal with suppliers. And especially you need to learn how to deal with your people. The people who we contract that are community-based organizations to get our raw material from, and also your people inside the factory to motivate them and have them believe in your dream and to push forward. So challenges are many. but it varies depending on your level of experience in business. But the main challenges have been financial constraints, especially because in our business, we use electricity to extrude. So you find labor, energy, getting the materials, construction, acquiring the machinery. It's quite a capital-intensive business. So that being the main challenge, then if you are able to overcome that hurdle, then you're faced with now technical learning, R&D, these kind of challenges. But I believe your passion pushes you through. My journey with KCIC actually started about 3 years ago with the Green Biz program. And from that, we got a lot of technical experience. You have raised some of the challenges that you have getting into business just because it's a passion of yours, but not knowing how to run a business. KCIC then stepped in through the Green Biz program and gave us a lot of technical expertise from just how do you keep books, right? How do you even just how do you know you have a company to begin with? Is it a viable company, right? How do you create your minimum viable product? And then how do you go to market? So we've gotten a lot of technical expertise from KCIC, because then after that, they started the SWIFT program and I applied, and thankfully I was able to join. I was accepted in that. And this program has really impacted me a huge deal. Because one, in addition to then the technical expertise that I've talked about, we also have gotten financial assistance. They helped us brand our shop. We have a retail shop, and they've helped us brand this. We've also gotten machinery. I also mentioned machinery is a huge challenge, especially for startups. And we were able to acquire a press and to acquire an extruder through the help of KCIC SWIFT program. And it's been an amazing partnership with them. And it's just, I hope, the beginning, because through this all, they are also teaching us how to be investor ready, how to prepare your business for even better investments and bigger investments. Yes. As Noma Green Plastics, we want to be in the front run, in the forefront of plastic recycling. Plastic is a huge menace. We cannot do away with plastic. It's in almost everything, from the containers we use in our houses to medical products to wrapping. We cannot do away with it. So the best thing that we can do is reduce, reuse, and recycle. And recycle is where we come in. And that's where we want to be the front runners in plastic recycling. We're already making poles that are viable in construction. And we, especially through the help of KCIC, we are developing new products. We are getting into paving blocks, we're getting into slabs, and we're getting into panels that can be used for interior decoration, as we then go on to establish ourselves as the front runners in using plastic waste for construction material. The SME conference has been exciting. We've gotten to see a lot of entrepreneurs, gotten to have a chat with them, realizing what kind of challenges, and you realize you don't have unique challenges just for you. But then we've had a lot of people pass by our stand. A lot of them don't know about the products that we have. So it has been great for awareness and actually getting to educate the clients or potential clients, hopefully. When they come to the stand, they're like, nini, unatengeneza nini? And you're really excited. And then you tell them about the product and they're like, wow, I did not even know that was possible. So it has given us a lot of exposure, and we are really grateful for the opportunity. My name is Mugo Macharia. I'm the founder of Noma Green Plastics, a waste plastic recycling company based in Kenya.
We're an electric mobility company that was founded in 2020 officially, but the journey for us began in 2019. We have a variety of products. Of course, the main product is the electric motorcycle and scooter. We have about 2 versions of those right now, and then we're also bringing on a 3-wheeler, so a tuk-tuk version. Those are the main products on the mobility side, and then we also have charging infrastructure. So on the charging infrastructure, we developed the battery swapping technology, and then we also have the charging technology. On the charging technologies, basically you come, you park your bike, you plug it in, and then you pay for the amount of minutes or hours you're going to be there. And with the swap in is you come, you pay the fee, and you swap your battery within 5 minutes. We're looking at localizing as much of this as possible. So a lot of the work we've been doing is to make sure that the parts are accessible not just here locally, but across the region. Initially, when we started out, we were building a bike that can do urban running. So, you know, for your deliveries, your couriers, your parcel deliveries, that kind of thing. But as we've R&D'd and as we've developed the bike, we're now building a bike that can do both courier work, so delivery, and can also do motorcycle, taxi, border work. And this is just making sure our bike is robust enough to carry, to do the distance, so the kind of kilometers that they're looking at. So right now our bike does about 70 kilometers on a charge, but we put capacity for 2 batteries, which means you can go up to 140. This is enough to cover a rider's daily distance, which, from our testing has averaged about 105 kilometers per day. What we've also done is making sure that the bike can also carry the heavy load. So, typically in urban centers, you find for the taxi work, border work, they carry 1 passenger, or they're meant to. But we've seen they can carry up to 3 and 4. So making sure that the bike can carry 3-4 passengers, can carry 2-3 sacks of potatoes, whether it's in urban or rural setting, and be able to do the work they needed to do. Electromobility is important. One, the main and obvious reason that everyone points out to is decarbonization of transportation. So savings on carbon emissions, switching from fossil fuels to a more cleaner form of energy. Where we think our greatest impact is to actually the individual customer who uses our bike. By reducing the cost of operations, it means we leave more money into their pocket. More money into their pocket means more money circulating in our economy, means that they're better able to afford school fees, they're better able to pay and afford for, household expenditure, save for their future. And that's where we feel our greater impact is, because the more money you leave into these people's pockets, the more they're able to contribute to the economy, the more they're able to grow themselves. So right now our bike is about 30% more expensive than our petrol motorcycle. So the battery is the most expensive and the most valuable bit of an electric vehicle. But if you look at how much you save per day in terms of the running costs, this difference, you can make back this difference between 6 to 8 months, depending on the kilometers you do per day. We expect this price difference to reduce to about 10% within the next 12 to 24 months. The support from KCIC actually came in very timely for us. We'd been through the testing of version 2 of our motorcycle, and we were now looking to build our version 3 and build some of this charging infrastructure, taking everything that we had learned over the last 2 years of operations and now putting it into a product that we feel is fit for the market. KCIC helped us, build our charging infrastructure. So we've now built our own IP, locally built charging technology, which is now 2 versions of that product. And then it's also helped us build 2 versions of our version 3 of a bike. So one a hub motor and a mid-motor bike. And now these bikes are now ready to be rolled out into the market commercially. KCIC funding also helped us build battery swapping infrastructure, the tech behind it, and now this is also in the final stages of now being commercialized and looking to scale. The funding also helped us onboard a few more employees, and this now also accelerated a lot of the R&D process, also has helped us scale our operations a little bit more, and basically has helped us starting to tie all of this together into a nice little package that we can now put into the market, which we can also go forward and build partnerships with. For us now, what we're looking at is scaling up. So right now, in our workshop, we have capacity of doing about 10 bikes a day, but we're now looking for a bigger facility where we can scale this up, because the idea is not just to produce for Nairobi or for the Kenyan market, but also to expand into the Greater East Africa region.
So Gotabek Nursery started as a hobby. We started this as a passion. We ran a tree nursery with macadamias, avocado. We also have K-apple and tissue culture bananas. So in this chain, value chain, we decided to focus more on macadamia and avocado. We decided to focus on these two because macadamia and avocado grow in highland regions. So when we were doing our practicalities, we saw them coming up perfect. We have been selling these macadamias to brokers. We started selling to brokers. Later on, we found a market with Kenya Nut whereby we were selling to them, but due to the effects of COVID, they closed down their region. So we had nowhere to take our nuts. So we were trying also to avoid brokers. So we thought of why not do the value addition for ourselves, just to create more income and create employment opportunity. At the same time, conserve the environment. There's a strategy that we are keener on looking at, which is the farm to fork strategy. So through this value chain, we propagate our seedlings by ourselves from our own farm. We have ended up planting it on our own, and we have also ended up doing value addition for the same. So that is there. We are cutting across the entire value chain. So we are also working hand in hand with the local select farmers to do the same thing. And also we are also aggregating farmers within the region, especially on the macadamia segment. Within the seedling segment, it is normally seasonal. So we normally wait during the rainy seasons. That's when we are able to propagate and distribute the seedlings. So when you don't have the markets, there are also challenges. You'll find at the end of the day, you end up with your seedlings and most of them are overgrown. So you have nowhere to take. Nobody can buy overgrown seedlings. So we work handy with the county governments and the local farmers to understand what is their need. A farmer will come to you telling me, by next year I need like 10 seedlings, or by next year I need like 5,000 seedlings, or maybe you do not have it. So you have to graft. You have to find a season to graft them and distribute to them, and it has to be as per to the season of planting and distribution. So through this initiative, we are also encouraging farmers within Nandi and Vihiga. Those are the two counties we are working with currently, to embrace this farming activity. It is an activity that can bring money to a farmer and at the same time conserve our environment. So for our case, we do capacity building also to try and boost our revenues and create a market and also customers within the value chain. So farmers come to us and we also go to them. So we do training on seedling propagation and how to go about everything that entails fruit tree planting. For us, we did not have the technical know-how and the understanding on how to go about product development. But through KIPD, we are able to create quality products that are of standard to within the market segments. And they're also able to, there are various aspects that they come into in terms of the moisture, the temperature contents, the expiry dates. We didn't know about that. We just thought that you can sell it locally, but when it comes to hygiene, it is also very key. And standardization is also very key in any business aspect for you to grow and scale. First of all, we want to thank KCIC. They have worked with us all through the journey. Through the Green Biz Cohort 2 and Green Biz Cohort 3, it has also been a game changer in our business. In terms of exhibitions, we have able to meet other markets and potential customers, potential investors through the same. So we want to thank KCIC for that. And we're also looking forward for further support because we need to grow, we need to scale further than this in order to impact livelihoods and create change within our community through the same value chain. Fun tips about macadamia. People don't know that this fruit is also a cure for heart disease.
Okay, our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Yeah, so I want to take this opportunity to welcome you to this event where we are launching the Kenya Climate Innovation Center Strategy 2025-2030. But before we start, I will invite Stephen Musyoka to give us a word of prayer before we move forward with the rest of the program. Welcome, Stephen.
Good morning all, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let us have a prayer. Our God and our Father, we are grateful for giving us this day. Truly honor Jehovah God to gather in this place, Jehovah, to see a fresh dawn, Lord Jehovah God, for this great organization. We are grateful for every stakeholder, every partner, Lord Jesus Christ, every entrepreneur, Jehovah God, and every citizen of this Republic of Kenya, Lord, that have gathered in this day, oh God, in this place. We truly commit each and everything that we are about to do, every plan, every speech into your able hands, oh God, that you will give us the wisdom, direct every word, direct everything that will happen in this place, oh God. Thank you, oh God, for the grace and the privilege to, oh God, be in this place. We honor you and we bless you. In Jesus' name we do pray and believe. Amen.
Yeah, thank you, Stephen. So let's all be upstanding for the national anthem.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Together,
Thank you. Let's all be seated. Yeah, as you're all aware, we are here to launch the KCIC 4.0 strategy. And this has been a journey that we started way back in 2024. And it has taken into context, among many other issues, looking at what is happening across the globe, some of the issues that affect our strategy and an organization like KCIC, which also looks at donor funding. We have also looked at the local context. So globally, issues around donor funding, how they're affected by the happenings of the geopolitical scenes. Locally, we've also seen declining official development assistance and also selective support of activities by various donors where they're looking at funding some urgent issues like the war in Ukraine. So with the support of a consultant, ISK International, who are in the crowd, you can just wave. They took us through a journey where they talked to most of your stakeholders to just gather their views on what kind of Kenya Climate Innovation Center they would like, or you would want to see. With that, then we sat down, staff, management, the board, and developed a document, which then we called for stakeholder validation. That also happened, and you gave us more feedback. So the document that we'll be availing today has a lot of feedback from yourself as key stakeholders within this sector. And it has given us hope, because we know that as we launch it today, we are launching a new frontier for Kenya Climate Innovation Center. And we are looking to break the silo mentality, where we are now embracing synergy, where we can all work together. And actually, we have called in a representative from ASEC. They will also be sharing with us, because we believe that the journey that we've begun has gone very well, but we can achieve more if we work together as a team. So just for a few announcements, we have the restrooms. They're on my right, in case you need to use the restrooms, so they're on our right. Our program starts now. It will be recorded live on Citizen TV, and also we shall be taking some photos. So we are asking for your consent for us to take those photos. They'll basically be used for any promotion linked to this particular event, not any other activity. We still have breakfast. For those who had not served, it will still be available for us to use. So before we begin, there's a short video that we would like to play before I invite my co-MC to the stage.
KCIC has been one of the most impactful organizations in the climate space. The journey so far has had its challenges, but also extreme successes.
KCIC offered us results-based financing, a good loan at a good rate, good timelines to pay back. They actually settled the cost of our equipment that built our capacity tenfold.
Actually, KCIC has really opened my eyes in
KCIC has been one of the most impactful organizations in the climate space. The journey so far has had its challenges, but also extreme successes.
KCIC offered us results-based financing, a good loan at a good rate, good timelines to pay back. They actually settled the cost of our equipment that built our capacity tenfold.
Actually, KCIC has really opened my eyes in a lot of sectors, and it is the one that threw me into the market. It is the one that gave me the courage to get into the market. It is a mentor from KCIC that helped me put my product into the market after he was sent by KCIC to visit me and see how I was progressing. I had a lot of products that I was afraid to take to the market because I wanted to perfect it. But when he came, he told me, you perfect these things as you move on. You don't have that quantity of product and stay with it, trying to perfect it.
So I joined Climate Launchpad in 2021, and it was my second time applying with the Vaxibox solution. Through Climate Launchpad, we were able to build decks for the first time for Vaxibox and also learn how to pitch it. Also, we were able to figure out the financials around it from the training that we got. We learned how to market ourselves as a sustainable business, but then also to try out various experiments of just see which business models were actually working for us. And right now, we are already in the market. We make sales thanks to the process that we had through Climate Launchpad.
The biggest achievement from this strategy will be seeing that we have actually managed to go across other African regions, and we have supported clients or enterprises.
What I'll be most proud of is the interconnected support we will have offered not only to the entrepreneur but to the broader ecosystem.
I would be very proud after the 5-year strategy period to have supported a minimum of 8,000 entrepreneurs.
At the end of Strategy 4.0, I'm looking forward to a lot of community livelihood impact. I'm really excited to see how we transform the lives of people, especially underserved communities.
We also want to see that the populations and the different audiences that we are targeting with our program have increased awareness, have increased access to information that will make them make decisions that champion and also contribute to climate change agenda across Kenya and even beyond Kenya.
If we can see an ecosystem working together, creating efficiencies, that will be the best outcome of this strategy.
Yes, so thank you. So today we are just showcasing some of the enterprises that we've supported so far. So when you'll be seeing the numbers that we've supported, how many have commercialized, those are real people. And outside, after we are done with this event, you could actually interact with some of them. They're having a showcase outside there. So we'll encourage that you go there and have an interaction with them. So now I want to take this opportunity to invite my co-MC. She is real. She's not AI generated. You may think, since we are Climate Innovation Center, and we are innovating all the time. We've clowned our MC, and now it's an AI image, but that's real Yvonne. So welcome, Yvonne, and you can take it away. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ernest. Good morning, everybody. I know you can be more enthusiastic than that. Good morning, everyone. My name is Yvonne Okwara. I'll be taking you through today. I hope you're all excited to be here because what we're doing today is celebrating the start of a journey that's happened about a decade ago, and now taking stock of that journey, but most importantly, looking forward. Also smile, look good, because you will be live on Citizen Television in just a moment, which is the reason why we are choosing to do this today. And KCIC couldn't have picked a better day to launch the new strategy. Happy World Environment Day, everybody. A day when we take stock of everything that's happening in the world around the environment, particularly around climate, which is what KCIC has been doing. Taking that conversation further, I know Ernest has said that this is about building ecosystems going forward. and breaking silos. But if we're being honest, that's exactly what KCIC has been doing over the last 10 years or so, right? Taking all of these initiatives, climate smart initiatives, building innovation, partnerships, making sure that the approach is people.
In that journey. So it's very, very befitting that you come and see the fruits of your work, so to speak. Today, the 5th of June, is World Environment Day, and so it's not by coincidence that we launch our strategy today. We basically chose this day to ensure that we have that alignment, because KCIC is one of the most impactful, and I'm sure many of you here will agree, one of the most impactful institutions in the environment space. If you will allow me, today, 2025, is the 10th anniversary of 3 very important institutions. The first one, and the reason we're all here, is KCIC, because while KCIC was launched in 2012, it became an institution in 2015. That's when we got registered as a company limited by guarantee. So we celebrate our 10th birthday as an institution also today. The second important event that happened in 2015 happens on the 18th of May 2015. And the Catholics here or the Christians here, I think you would know, that's when the late Pope Francis signed into effect what they called Laudato Si in Latin, but basically care for the earth in terms of, in English. And so that in itself created what we've now come to know as a faith-based approach in terms of the fight against climate change. And it gave us an army of billions of people who are now supporting us in this work of fighting climate change. The third institution also celebrating its 10th anniversary this year is one that everybody in this room knows. You all know that at COP21 in 2015, the Paris Agreement was signed. And so 3 extremely important milestones. KCIC, the faith-based approach to the fight against climate change, and the Paris Agreement are all celebrating the 10th anniversary today. KCIC over the last 12 years has supported a lot of enterprises. We've had a lot of learnings. We've had a lot of successes, and we've had a lot of challenges. But we have had, I would say, a lot more successes, and that's the reason we're still here today. But the challenge of climate still persists. Many of you here were not there in the 90s. The program focus is basically to identify the top 1,000 youth enterprises in the climate adaptation space. And then what we are going to do is get that 1,000 to go through a challenge, a Dragon's Den event, and reduce that number from 1,000 to 10, and then unveil those at the UN General Assembly in September this year. And then from next year, we'll incubate them to become commercial enterprises. So I'm just mentioning this as a way of providing practical example of how KCIC 4.0, the ecosystem approach going beyond borders will work. So in the interest of time, I think let me stop there for this segment. And and then invite our board chairman, Job Kihumba, to be able to make his remarks. Karibu sana, Chairman.
Good morning. Our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Agnes Kalibata, the representatives of Government of Kenya, distinguished development partners, leaders from the private sector and civil society, the executive led by Joseph Murabura, the CEO, and the entire KCIC team, our valued clients and entrepreneurs, ladies and gentlemen, those who are not very common in this part of the world, I will say karibuni kwa Kiswahili. That is welcome when you say it in the language that we are so proud of. This week, just to digress a bit, Kenya lost a literary icon in the name of Professor Gogo wa Thiong'o, and he was very proud to use local languages. I wish I could be able to speak in Kiswahili for this welcoming speech. But because Joseph instructed me to speak from a written speech, I will do so, but you'll be free to interact with me in Kiswahili or any other local language when we are out for break. Karibuni sana. It is indeed a moment of immense pride and proud responsibility for me on behalf of the Board of Directors of Kenya Climate Innovation Center to welcome you to the unveiling of our Strategy 4.0 under the theme Accelerating Africa's Green Transition, the Next Frontier. We have come a long way, and I'm sure Joseph will take us through that. We started with strategy 1.0, then 2.0, then 3.0, and now we are at 4. And there has been sub-themes within those strategies. Today, as we mark the World Environment Day, we are not just launching a document, we are reaffirming our unwavering commitment to fostering sustainable enterprises and climate resilience communities across Africa. This new strategy for 2025-2030 is a carefully crafted visionary roadmap. It is our blueprint for growth, our guide for impactful action, and the embodiment of KCIC's collective aspirations. Our journey for this moment has been one of carefully reflecting on and rigorously analyzing, and most importantly, inclusive collaboration. As the forward and preface of our strategy document attest, this plan was developed with active participation of the staff, clients, our invaluable partners, and the broader community. And I'm sure, because I can see the consultants who helped us to develop this program. They can attest to the fact that we did a lot of consultations. The board extends its deepest gratitude to every individual and organization that contributed their wisdom, their knowledge, time, and their passion to shaping this transformative agenda. Your dedication has been very instrumental for making it happen. The world, as we know, is currently grappling with the profound and escalating impacts of climate change. In this context, KCIC mission has never been more critical. We see firsthand the significant barriers that climate entrepreneurs and community actors face as they strive to drive mitigation adaptation. Our new strategy directly confronts these focal challenges. One, the limited access to finance and technical assistance that stifles innovation. Number two, they also face inadequate market systems, enabling environments that hinder the growth of climate ventures. Number three, that insufficient community entrepreneurial engagement needed to build widespread resilience. And finally, the ongoing need to strengthen KCIC's own organizational capacity to deliver on our expanding mission. As a board, we have grappled with this matter over the years, and thank God that we can be able to see light at the end of the channel. It is taking shape. And we think that in the future, we should have a more empowered and capacitated secretariat of KCIC to deliver on the mandate. But at KICC, and certainly from the board's perspective, we see these challenges not as insurmountable obstacles, but as profound opportunities for innovation, for growth, and impact. This is why our strategy 4.0 represents a significant evolution. It signals our commitment to move beyond supporting individual ventures, a role in which KCIC has excelled, to now actively shaping and strengthening the entire climate entrepreneurship ecosystem. This is our framework for leveraging technical support, innovative financing, market system strengthening, robust policy advocacy, and insightful research to create a comprehensive and synergistic support structure for all our climate actors. This, we believe, is essential for achieving our mission. Those values are not mere words on a page. They are the guiding principles that the board is committed to upholding and overseeing, and they are deeply embedded in every aspect of this plan. Ladies and gentlemen, the board has full confidence in the KCIC executive and management team led by our very able CEO, Mr. Joseph Murabura. Thank you, Joseph, for your continued focus on making it happen. We are also cognizant that this strategy requires significant resources. We estimate that we shall need an approximately 5.5 billion Kenya shillings, over the next 5 years. That is approximately over $1 billion Kenya shillings every year. This is an investment we believe is critical, and one that we are confident will yield substantial returns in terms of environmental impact, economic opportunity, and community well-being. But to truly catalyze an ecosystem, we need all hands on the deck. We invite our esteemed development partners, who are very well represented here, government agencies, private sector leaders, academic institutions, CSOs, and indeed the entrepreneurs themselves to join us in this journey of transformation. The KCIC Board of Directors is fully committed to providing necessary oversight, guidance, and support to ensure the successful implementation of this Strategy 4.0. We are excited by the possibilities that lie ahead and inspired by the collective will to make a difference. Thank you for sharing this important moment with us. Let us embrace this next frontier for KCIC with renewed vigor and shared purpose. Allow me now to introduce my fellow board members on whose behalf I'm reading this welcoming address. And I would request them to stand, the board members of KCIC who are here. Thank you. Joseph, you can also stand, you are a board member. Yeah, I will start with the two ladies. Dr. Anne Kingiri, the one in lead, you can't miss her. Anne is the chair of the Finance and Strategy Committee of the board. Can we give her a clap? We have also a very distinguished lady, Gladys Ogalo. Thank you. Gladys Ogalo is an expert in HR, and she brings lots of experience and expertise in how we run our board. Thank you, Gladys. Stephen Kamau, CPA, is the chair of the Internal Audit Committee. Welcome, Stephen, because he also keeps checking our figures. I don't know how many hours he takes to pour over the figures to ensure that we are in line. And of course, Joseph is here. Thank you. Thank you. Maybe get seated. There are three others that I would want to mention that are not here with us. One is Paul Bole. Mr. Paul Bole is a very passionate ambassador for climate entrepreneurship, and he's not here with us here. And Dr. Lydia Kiburu, also an expert in communications, and helps us a great deal. I would mention one more, whom is not here. I would wish he would have been here. One, Professor Israel Da Silva, the immediate past chairman of the board of KCIC, a renowned man of entrepreneurship. Thank you very much, and karibu.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give another warm round of applause to the chair of the board of directors, Mr. Job Kuhumba. Thank you very much, and congratulations to you and the entire board and KCIC as you look ahead to what the next strategy holds. And one of the underpinnings of that is creating an integrated climate entrepreneurship ecosystem. You will hear more of that from the CEO in just a moment when he lays out that strategy. But just so that you get an understanding of these ecosystems that KCIC is building, those entrepreneurs, the startups that they work with, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like us to now hear from Ms. Mercy Kimalat, who is the founding CEO of ASEC. ASEC is the Association of Startup and SME Enablers of Kenya, bringing together the interests of hundreds of entrepreneur support organizations and some of the work that they have done with KCIC. Please let's give a warm round of applause to Mercy Kimalat of ASEC.
Good morning, everyone. You look lovely from here. Good morning. Yes. As I stand here before you today, I was reminded of a story as I was preparing to come. And I'm wearing something that represents Africa. It's right this pin. And it was given to me by an entrepreneur in Tanzania. And she said to me one thing, Mercy, I want us to make it. We must make it. And she wasn't only speaking about herself and her own business, but even looking at the women that were exhibiting across her, but also thinking at a Pan-African level from her own small town in Arusha. So what can I say at this great event where we're talking about Kenya Entrepreneur Support Organization leaping into solving Africa's challenge? Our distinguished guests, Dr. Agnes Kalibata, Ambassador Ali Mohammed, representatives from the different ministries here. We have the KCIC board chair, Mr. Job Kihumba, the CEO, Mr. Joseph Murambula, the chairman of ASEC, Mr. Mike Mutungi, esteemed guests, fellow ecosystem builders, innovative entrepreneurs, ladies and gentlemen, happy World Environment Day. It's really a genuine pleasure to be here today representing the Association of Startup and SME Enablers of Kenya as the Climate Innovation Center unveils its exciting 4.0 strategy. For years, as ASEC, we have been dedicated to fostering a vibrant and supportive ecosystem for the startups and SMEs across Kenya and also across East Africa. Our mission is to connect, represent, and strengthen the organizations that empower our nation's entrepreneurs. And in this journey, KCIC has been a member of ASEC right from the inception in 2018. They've been an exemplary leader, a proactive partner, and a true champion of the green entrepreneurship. And I have to say that also last year, they won the Green Innovation Award at the ASEC Annual Conference. So we can give them a round of applause. We at ASEC, we have had the front row seat at KCIC's incredible contributions to the Kenyan innovation ecosystem over the past 12 years. We have seen firsthand the dedication to nurturing the climate-focused startups, providing them with critical financing, invaluable technical assistance, and also providing with them vital market linkages. Through the different initiatives like the Clean Tech competition, KCIC has ignited the spark of innovation within our youth, and through their flagship programs like AgriBiz and the GreenBiz programs, they have supported thousands of ventures, and they have created jobs and fostered sustainable livelihoods, especially for the women and the youth. KCIC's impact on the ground is undeniable, and they have consistently set the bar on what an enabler organization can achieve. Today, as they take a bold step in establishing the next frontier, as ASEC will wholeheartedly support them and also endorse their visionary direction. The shift in the mission to catalyze climate entrepreneurship and also adopting an ecosystem-wide approach is particularly exciting from our perspective. As an association representing diverse stakeholders, we have the entrepreneur support organizations, we have also the university innovation hubs, we have policy makers, and also looking at public established innovation centers. All of this as an ecosystem will come to support, to catalyze the climate entrepreneurship. No single enabler can do it alone, and KCIC's commitment to systematically strengthen the linkages between finance, markets, policy, research, and community action is precisely the kind of leadership our national innovation ecosystem does need. We see powerful alignments within the KCIC strategy and also alongside the mandate of the association, which is looking at strengthening an enabling environment, building synergies, and also strengthening access to finance to enhancing data and knowledge sharing. Having the launch on this strategic day, that's World Environmental Day, focuses on our global environmental challenges, but also it's an invitation for local enterprises or local communities to be part of this global agenda and actually showcase your solutions. These entrepreneurs, as you see outside, they actually create economic value, and they are at the forefront of solving Kenya's and also Africa's most pressing environmental challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, ASEC is proud to have KCIC as a leading member, and we're excited about the potential that they have under their new strategy. On behalf of ASEC and the 210 innovation hubs in Kenya, and I can see some of them are in the room, maybe I can just ask them to wave. Our members, yes, I can see you. Thank you so much for supporting also your own member. And as behalf of ASEC and the entire fraternity, I really offer our warmest congratulations to the board and the management and the entire team of KCIC on this well thought out strategy and also its ambition to change the status quo. We laud your past contributions, and we are truly excited to work alongside you in this new chapter. There's one thing that I picked from the Africa Union anthem, and that was, let's make Africa the tree of life. Asanteni sana.
A bigger round of applause there for Mercy, Kimalat, and the team who are very well represented here. And ladies and gentlemen, it's not just projects for project's sake, it's impact. I invite all of you, even after this is done, to take a look at the showcase that's happening outside. And you will see the impact of the work that is being done, of the partnerships that have resulted in key impact on the ground, which is helping businesses thrive even in the challenges presented by climate, youth-led businesses, women-led businesses as well. The impact is there for all to see. And with everything that is happening in the world right now, people are looking more inward, more insular. KCIC is taking the bolder approach to take all of the impact that it has had in Kenya and in the East African region and taking that Africa-wide. Like Mercy said, this is bold. I've taken a look at some of this in KCIC Strategy 4.0, and I can assure you it is bold. However, with all of the successes that have happened so far, what they plan to do is definitely something that's achievable. And so for us to be able to get an understanding of what KCIC 4.0 will look like, ladies and gentlemen, once again, put your hands together for the CEO, Joseph Murabula, to come and take us through it.
Once more, good morning. Yeah.
I think what we will do before we have your presentation, let us listen to, in the spirit of Africa, right? Let's listen to the CEO of Nigeria Center for Innovation, Climate Change and Innovation, Mr. Bankole Olorontuba. Let's watch that video before we get into KCIC 4.0.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bankole Olorontuba, and I'm CEO of the Nigeria Climate Innovation Center. It is both an honor and also a pleasure to be here with you today. And let me begin by acknowledging the presence of our distinguished chief guest, Dr. Agnes Kalibata, and also the leadership of KCIC through the board chair, Mr. Joe Kigumba, and also CEO, Mr. Joseph Murabula, and all esteemed guests and partners gathered for this significant occasion. On behalf of the NCIC, and in solidarity with the broader African CIC network, I extend our heartfelt congratulations to the KCIC, on 12 years of groundbreaking work, in advising climate innovation across Africa. Today also again marks not just a celebration of your remarkable journey, but again the unveiling of a bold new chapter, the strategy 4.0. We think that as members of this network, the members of the climate innovation centers across Africa and also across, across the world, we recognize that the vital role of our collective work, continues to improve in localizing, climate actions, across our individual market. And we with the work that you have led, and with all of us within this ecosystem, we have all proven time and time again that the CIC model has proven its relevance, and it's also shown that it can empower economies, and it can also enable innovation, and as well build climate, resilience from the, from the ground up. At NCIC, we know, just like the KCIC, and, we have also navigated and tried to balance entrepreneurship support and, systemic impact. And as we mature, we have faced the call, to go beyond venture level interventions and start shaping ecosystem, which again, for us, it made us shift a little bit of our thoughts, not just from only venture development program, but to start stimulating ecosystem, looking at value chains, trying to stimulate how a thriving economy should work across, our different countries. And KCIC has shown us over time that, the knowledge and this model, can transcend any economy at all. This is why I'm deeply encouraged by KCIC's strategic, evolution towards ecosystem, catalysis. This is not just the next logical step, if you ask me, try to go beyond your borders. We think that it is the necessary one that we have to take if we need to transform entrepreneurship, beyond borders in Africa. And, for us at the NCIC, we are proud to stand by you as partners, and also peers. The KCIC strategy 4.0 speaks to all of our ambition. These are the things that we dream about, your leadership, in showing us how a CIC model should work, and also for holding forth and being there for 12 years. An embracement of our regional responsibility. With this sort of strategy, we have seen that even for us at the NCIC, we should look beyond just Nigeria and also transcend, to the other, Francophone countries. Because one of the things that we've developed, we've found out in the course of our work in the last 7 years is that there's a huge disparity between, entrepreneurship growth within the Francophone communities and also the Anglophone communities. And with some of the projects that we have currently going on across West Africa, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, and Senegal, it has also shown also that we need to push some of these our narratives and models to enable a couple of other people also, break new grounds and open, a whole new economy. And so what excites us the most about this about this strategy is the emphasis on collaboration, and especially with centers such as ours. And we know that this gives us a tremendous opportunity to run collaborative projects together and find how we can collaborate and also merge pipelines and merge economy. KCIC, we truly support you and we stand by you, and we think that your 2030 promise is very ambitious, and we are always going to be there for us to work together. So let me use this opportunity to close by reiterating our full support for Strategy 4.0, and to say that we are truly inspired, and we are aligned, and we are ready to collaborate with the KCIC. Thank you very much, KCIC, and I look forward to a tremendous next 5 years together. Thank you.
Let's give Mr. Bankole Olorontuba, country lead, Nigeria's Climate Innovation Center, a round of applause. And that's what this is about, ladies and gentlemen. To now hear about the 2030 promise, Mr. Joseph Murabula from KCIC.
Thank you. Thank you once more, Yvonne. Ladies and gentlemen, once more, good morning. Yeah, so as we unveil this strategy today, probably I can begin by just reflecting on the journey of the Kenya Climate Innovation Center as it is. Now, the Kenya Climate Innovation Center came out of the climate crisis, as we know. And then in 2009, I think that must have been COP15 in Copenhagen, the world was reflecting about what we need to do to fight climate change. And they decided that there were basically two challenges with it. The first challenge was that information was not getting to the grassroots the way it should. And the second challenge around it was the fact that climate technologies were not commercializing at a rate consistent with what we needed to do to fight climate change. And so they decided that one way of solving this challenge is to create an outreach program, and that outreach program will take the form of climate innovation centers. And why were they doing this? They were basically doing this because of the challenge that climate change poses. We know that because of its impact on pollution, its impact on diversity loss, its impact on degradation, then you end up with a negative impact on livelihoods. If you bring that to Africa, basically you see that then it becomes close to an existential threat. Because African economies are basically characterized by three main things. One, high levels of inequality. I think the last time we looked at the numbers, the Gini coefficient was close to 0.5. That's a very high level of inequality in Africa. And then the second, reliance on natural resources. So you're talking oil, minerals, and agriculture. So our livelihoods are basically built around those three. And then the third is a very big percentage of the economy is made up of micro enterprises. I think in Kenya, we are close to 90% of our businesses are micro enterprises, as it were. What generally happens is that then you find any extreme weather event, be it floods, be it drought, then has a negative impact on agricultural productivity and therefore a negative impact on livelihoods, as it were. And so the idea of the Kenya, of climate innovation centers was basically to try and ensure that we can adapt to that and mitigate any impacts that come up. And so in 2012, the World Bank then took up this challenge and created two institutions. First, they created a program called InfoDev, so Information for Development, and under InfoDev, they created two institutions, the InfoDev Trust, which was a fundraising vehicle, and a Climate Technologies Program, which we all know as CTCN today. And using the InfoDev Trust, they were able to raise money from mostly from Denmark and from the UK for purposes of setting up a climate innovation center in Kenya. And so in May 2012, they hired a consortium of 4 institutions, the Strathmore University. For those who are asking why we are based there, there is your answer. So the Strathmore University, the PwC, the accounting firm, KIRDI, the Kenya Industrial Research and Development Institute, and then GVEP, or the Global Villages Energy Program, which we now know because they have rebranded as Energy for Impact. The 4 of them were given the challenge of setting up a climate innovation center in Kenya, and they worked from May, and on the 26th of September 2012, the KCIC was launched. And so when it was launched, because of the background that I've just explained, it was launched with three foundational principles, principles that will not change for as long as KCIC exists. The first is to find opportunity within the challenge of climate change. In other words, very big challenge, but let's find an opportunity in there. The second is to take advantage of that opportunity at the intersection of innovation and entrepreneurship. And then the third is to use the MSME as the delivery vehicle for climate entrepreneurship. So the challenge, find opportunity there, use your innovation and entrepreneurship skills to take advantage of that opportunity, and then use the SME as a delivery vehicle. And so using that model, KCIC was therefore set up as a business incubator and accelerator for the climate smart businesses in Kenya. And in the last 12 years, using that model, is done a lot of work, I might say. Basically, our services have been organized across 5 pillars. The first pillar is what we call advisory services. So every enterprise that we onboard in KCIC is given somebody we call a business advisor. This is basically a person who works with the enterprise on a daily basis to ensure that whatever we need, whatever that enterprise needs to get to commercialization is delivered. Be it business strategy, be it marketing strategy, be it product development, be it mentorship, be it access to finance. Whatever is required is delivered. Now, the second offering is access to finance itself, and under this pillar, we provide services, financial services aligned to the stage of the growth of the enterprise. Because most of these enterprises generally come to us when they are still ideas. They are idea stage companies. So what the most popular financial instrument we provide is what we call a proof of concept grant. So basically this is money to be able to move from idea to a product that can be offered to the market, and basically it is a pure grant. Once the grant has been, once the product has been developed, then the next stage is to have that product certified, so that then it can be marketed within the country and beyond. Have the product move towards market level production, and basically expand the level of production so that then the market can be served. And at that point now we provide a matching grant. Right now we are doing that at about 70%, and then the client comes up with the other 30%. Eventually, once the product has been accepted by the market and has gained market traction, now you need growth capital, and at that point now we do results-based financing. So basically provide financing aligned to the stage of growth of the company, and then at the very end, as we get towards acceleration to commercialization, then we create milestones, and then we provide financing on the basis of those milestones. The third pillar is what we call access to information, and this is basically of 2 kinds, market information and financial information. And now here is where we work with the enterprise to see what market segments they operate in. We provide market intelligence, we help them with market strategy, we ensure that they can access the market anywhere around the world by doing things like websites for them. And also this is now where we do intellectual property protection, so that then we do not have a situation where there is theft of ideas or theft of intellectual property, and the market doesn't get cannibalized. And then in terms of financial information, we look at relevant financial instruments, and we look at the relevant providers of those instruments. The fourth pillar is what we call facilities. These enterprises usually come to us when they're still new, they still not have capacity to afford office space and the sort of amenities that an office provides, be it office chairs, meeting rooms, internet, and that sort of thing. So we provide a co-working space, but more importantly, because the idea is to commercialize, then they need product development facilities, so they need actual technology, actual machines. So through the partners we have, we are able to get them to access those facilities. And once they start production, they start mass production, but they still cannot afford an office, then we also able to provide production facilities on a timeshare basis. So get the machine set up for you, come and do your production, then at the end, at the end of it, you take your products for storage, and then it's set up for the next person. And so over the last 12 years, we think we've had significant impact within the country. We've supported over 3,500 SMEs, and we've had a success rate, because ultimately we are looking at these enterprises to get to commercial stage and then support the economy and they support the fight against climate change. So we've had a success rate of 67%, and which means there are more than 2,200 companies within Kenya making significant contribution to the economy that started off as ideas within KCIC. We've been able to support them to raise over $65 million and to generate revenues in excess of $87 million. We've worked with government on 73 policy initiatives, and we've had, in terms of the fight against climate change, we've been able to mitigate carbon to close to 600,000 metric tons. So with all this, so when we were doing this strategy, we came to a point where we were asking ourselves, what next? And then what was important for us is to then listen to what the ecosystem or the market was saying. Now, the market basically speaks through a vote, and so in the course of last year, we won most of the awards that were available. At the Kenya Private Sector Alliance annual conference, we were voted the best enabler of SMEs in the country. At the Circular Economy Annual Conference, we were able to win the Circular Economy Financial of the Year, basically because of what we had started under the SWIFT program, which looks at creating new business models within the waste management sector. And then, as the CEO of ASEC said, we were then voted the best, the green economy champion of the country. So having reached that, then we were asking ourselves, fine, what should we do next? So we asked the consultant who was helping us to do a survey, and basically to try and find out what the market wants. And he found many things, but in summary, there were, in terms of the market side, basically what our entrepreneurs were doing is that they were spending quite a lot of time focusing on going abroad. So they would do their marketing, their plans in such a way that they serve the market in Kenya, but they also need to go abroad. But in doing all this, there were persistent challenges. One is the perennial challenge of limited access to finance, and not just the issue of availability, but what we were seeing is that there are no aligned financial instruments for very early stage companies, for idea stage companies that we support. The funding that is available is basically not suitable for companies at that stage, and so we needed to do something around that. And then, in terms of the market itself, the policy environment is still a challenge, and that becomes a bit of a problem. And then the second is, in terms of the market, is that while we had a lot of organizations supporting these enterprises, everybody just seemed to be doing their own thing. And so what the entrepreneurs or the founders were doing is to hop from one incubation program or acceleration program to the other. And so you look around and find that the entrepreneurs you are supporting are also in other programs, and basically what they are looking for is to try and optimize support, get support from you and get support from the other accelerators, so to speak. And then looking across the country, while we had done a decentralized strategy where we had hubs and therefore able to reach everywhere, because we were literally in every sub-county in this country, what was happening is that at the very grassroots level, because of the policy work that had been done around climate change for the last 35 years or so, there were very many projects that had begun, but most of those projects were stalled because the work was done on the basis of funding cycles, on the basis of program cycles. When the program ended, the work was also abandoned. What generally happens is that donors have this requirement, at least most of them, that at the end of the program you hand over the assets generated by the program to the beneficiaries, which most of the time happen to be communities. So these communities therefore are handed assets with no support, and so they abandon them. So if you go around the villages, you find abandoned solar projects, abandoned water projects, abandoned agricultural projects. So with all this, we asked ourselves, how can we do something to ensure that then we end up with a situation where these programs, programs become impactful beyond their term. And so we came up with what we call a whole ecosystem approach, where we are now looking at not just supporting individual enterprises, but catalyzing the whole ecosystem. That way we think we can make more impact. If you look at the cost of, say, getting a single enterprise from idea to commercialization stage, you're probably talking about close to $10,000. But that number can come down to about $5,000 over that 3-year period if the whole ecosystem works together so that everybody does what they're best at. You don't have to employ an army of people. You have then a lot more impact at the grassroots level. So what we are therefore launching today is a strategy to help solve some of these challenges, and also take us abroad, take us beyond borders. One of the things that also came up during the strategy development phase is that as an organization, we were too internally focused. our vision, our mission, everything we did was about us. We wanted to become something or the other, we wanted to provide something or the other, and that sort of thing. But then the market was moving towards serving communities, towards going beyond borders. So what, therefore, we've done is we have changed our vision. So we are no longer focusing on becoming a one-stop shop for sustainable development in the country, because that's what our vision under 1, 2, and 3.0 are. But we are going to focus to a very simple mission: create sustainable enterprises and climate resilient communities. So basically what our focus now is going to be on the enterprise, on the community, backed by a strong institution, as it were. So our mission up to today has been to provide financing and technical assistance for purposes of supporting sustainable development in the country. So our mission again changes from that to basically simply catalyzing climate entrepreneurship across Africa. Whatever it is that we need to do to catalyze climate entrepreneurship, to support enterprise, that's what we do. That's what we'll do, be it around policy, be it around market systems, be it around finance. That is basically what we will do. And then, of course, the focus, as many speakers have said, has got to be the people. And by the people here, we are talking communities, we are talking about entrepreneurs, we are talking about staff, we are talking about development partners. That will be the focus. And so the strategy is organized around 4 result areas. The first is access to finance and technical support. So here, the idea is to create relevant financial instruments to be able to support early stage companies, because that is our market across the continent, catalyze the entire ecosystem so that every financial institution or every provider of finance can find their space as we graduate these enterprises from our programs. What we have started to do around this is to create regular pitch days. We have done the first 2 in the last 1 month, and so that then we can be able to expose these enterprises early enough to fund us. We can begin to make that conversation early enough so that then at the end of the incubation period, they are now graduating from KCIC and they are basically taken on by another funder. Now, in terms of the market system side, here we will continue to work with government around policy environment. And government here we mean for Kenya both the county and the national government, but for the rest of Africa, basically the national governments. So to ensure that the policy, policies and regulations and other regulatory instruments that are produced are basically supportive of enterprise growth as we fight climate change. And the other thing we do under this is to be able to create sufficient partnerships so that then the entrepreneurs we support are not left hanging once they have graduated from KCIC programs, and while they are there, they are able to find a whole ecosystem supporting them, and that this requires that we create partnerships at every level, be it with financiers, be it with knowledge service providers, be it with community impact or organizations, so that then these enterprises can be supported. The other pillar is around community engagement and resilience building. So this is basically grassroots entrepreneurship. looking at how we can be able to support people right at the village level to be able to see opportunity within the climate within the climate crisis, so to speak. And so work with them to be able to generate their own ideas, generate their own innovations, and then support these innovations to become enterprises, so that then we don't have a situation where the countryside is littered with abandoned projects. These projects can have a sustainable path beyond our support period. And then, of course, all this cannot be delivered unless the institution itself is strong. And so there'll be quite a bit of focus in terms of strengthening KCIC as institution itself. We would like to have an institution with globally acceptable governance standards. We think that's the only way we'll be able to create trust among our development partners, among our entrepreneurs or our founders, and among our ecosystem players. And then, of course, part of that institutional strengthening is basically just a focus on ensuring that our staff are empowered in terms of knowledge, in terms of skills, and they have everything that they need to be able to serve the entrepreneurs. So basically be able to find opportunity. And so all these have been integrated in what we call the integrated climate entrepreneurship ecosystem model. That basically is what you'd call a strategy in summary. Basically what it is telling us is that if we focus on the challenges that have been identified, create strategies to be able to address those challenges, we will be able to achieve our goals around the 4 results areas, and then eventually achieve our vision of sustainable enterprises and climate resilience communities. Now, this strategy, of course, requires money. And so if we look at it, we are looking at a budget of about 55 million over the next 5 years. So it is backed up by a fairly robust financial model, but also a fairly robust resource mobilization strategy to be able to fund this across the entire continent. So we will be looking to mobilize through our programs 55 million in climate finance to be able to fund this strategy. So what is our 2030 promise? When we stand here, or wherever the next launch will be, what will we say we have achieved? So this strategy aims to support more than 12,000 enterprises across the entire continent. So in the next 5 years, that's what we aim to do. Mobilize, leverage some $33 million. This is the money that we will help the enterprise find externally from KCIC, and improve the commercialization rate from 67% where it is to about 80%. I think we've learned a few lessons, so we can be able to solve some of the challenges that have been keeping that number down. And so we expect that then we can be able to hit a commercialization rate of about 80% by the time we stand here in the next 5 years. As I've just presented, we will mobilize about $55 million in climate financing to be able to fund the enterprise and basically fund the work of KCIC over the next 5 years. We expect to produce about 100,000 jobs, to create about 100,000 jobs across the continent of Africa, and these are all going to be green jobs. Currently, because of the focus on just one country, we are creating about 5,000 jobs per year. We expect to be in at least 10 countries and the whole continent. So we have set ourselves an ambitious target of being able to create 100,000 jobs across the continent, and basically mitigate about 1.2 million tons of carbon. In the last 12 years, we've done about half that number, but because we started off small, if you look at in Strategy 1.0 and Strategy 2.0, we were supporting about 20 enterprises. Right now, that number is in thousands as we speak. When we add the other countries, we think we can be able to achieve that number and help, if Ambassador Mohammed would allow me, help the African countries to achieve their targets under the NDCs as it was. So basically, that's what we are seeking to achieve. We're also seeking to be set up, at least physically, in 10 countries. Most of those will be ESC countries, and work with partners for the rest of the continent. We've walked this journey with very many partners. I think if you look at that slide, you have probably over 40. What now we expect is that as we continue to create these partnerships, we will have multiple slides for partners and not just one, because these are impactful. They have brought us where we are, but we now have ambition of we have this very bold ambition of going beyond borders and not just serving Kenya alone. So, and catalyzing the entire ecosystem. So we'll be seeking to build a lot more partnerships, but we are grateful for the partnerships we've had, and we hope to continue working together with the partners that are there. So basically, that is our promise. That is our our next frontier. That is our strategy 4.0. Thank you very much.
Please give an even bigger round of applause to a bolder promise over the next 5 years. This is no mean feat. Congratulations to you, to the team that has put this together. Catalyzing climate entrepreneurship, not just in Kenya, but across the continent. It is bold, but it is definitely doable. Have I asked you for another round of applause? Can I ask you for a second one? I think it deserves that. We wish you the very best in scaling all of this continent-wide. And hopefully 5 years from now, we will be standing here and hearing a completely different story. All of those businesses that have been enabled to scale, given the positions, spaces to build and grow, that'll be even bigger around the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, I want us to now see some of that work in action. Like I said, there's many of those who are showcasing outside. Now to see KCIC's work in action and see what could be the even bigger promise, the 2030 promise by KCIC. I'd like us to welcome Mr. Joseph Madheri. He's the Chief Officer of a company called Mr. Bee. They make eco-friendly beehives that save on trees, meaning they no longer need to cut down the trees to make the beehives, and they're using alternative materials. Ladies and gentlemen, for a moment to see just what these initiatives look like in real person, and is dressed appropriately in the colors that would definitely represent that. Please put your hands together for Joseph Madheri, Mr. B himself.
All right, thank you very much. And a very good morning from the bees. How are you? My name is Joseph Madheri, also Mr. B, and so I speak on behalf of bees many times, and this is such a morning. I start with heartfelt gratitude to KCIC for believing in us when we were not believable. Actually, I look at it and say, really, we had a dream that was very hard to believe in. How does someone tell you that they want to make climate smart concrete beehives that cannot be destroyed by honey badgers, that people no longer have to cut trees, but they will be making with an alternative material, which is concrete. Like where else? Like who else? Actually, do you know if you Google concrete hives, Mr. B is #1 in the world because it was a concept we had to build from scratch. When I think of our story with KCIC, I can only remember how I wooed my wife when we were in college those days. I only had books between us, and I told her, usijali nitakununulia ndege. One day I'll buy you an aeroplane. That is the only thing that comes close to that. So thank you so much, KCIC. The year 2020, we tried putting together different materials and different concepts and formulas to come up with a concrete hive. And between January 2020 and October 2020, we made hives every day, and they broke every day. You see, when you're doing something which has not been done before, you have no reference. You have nobody to ask questions. So it's either you make it or you make it. And so KCIC found us in that struggle. We have a book that have hundreds and hundreds of formulas and pages of not like this, not like this, not like this, not like this. But finally in October, we made it. So KCIC came when we had just made our first prototype. And they believed in us. And they helped us with a proof of concept. Because yes, we have made a concrete hive. Will the bees come in? It was a big question. Will there be honey? It was a big question. And KCIC came in to actually help us, and they proved that concept. So the question is, why concrete beehive? And I will ask slide 7 to be displayed up there. It's ironical that we have to keep cutting trees to make beehives. And the same trees provide food for the bees through the nectar, the pollen, and the propolis. And the same bees are meant to pollinate those trees for reproduction. Isn't it ironical? So it is important then that we come up with a different material that will not disrupt that ecosystem. And that had to be the concrete hive. In places like Kitui, for example, trees have been cut so much that a place that was once a haven of bees is now lacking bees. We are struggling in places like Kitui to have bees come to the beehives because trees were cut so much, so badly, we don't have bees. Luckily, as Mr. B, we are experts in moving bees from one place to another. So we are having to export bees to places like Kitui and others. So it's the high time then we stop this business of cutting trees to make beehives. A single Mr. B concrete hive, like the one you see there, that we were working together with Isuzu to empower community in Machakos, has been proved to save Mother Nature 8.7 tons of carbon through prevention of emission. And we work with communities like that, so that when we come, when you get our beehives, we train you, we equip you, we manage the beehives, we finally buy the honey from you and pay you for it. And so it's a sustainable business model that KCIC has helped us to do. Why concrete hives? Now, the single largest threat to beekeeping in Africa and India is the honey badger. We call it vegere, we call it nde in some other languages. It is documented to be the most courageous animal in the whole world. Challenges lions, eats cobras, breaks wooden hives like a piece of bread to eat the honey, to eat the broods, and these animals are 100% immune to bee stings. So many people have given up the beekeeping aspect because of the honey badgers. And that's why we had to come up with a honey badger-free beehive. And that had to be the concrete hive. And for sure, this hive has been proved to be 100% immune to bee stings. And now, with a honey badger-proof beehive that is climate smart, we are transforming communities like this one. And you can also show slide 8, where we are actually paying off a community in Kitui. We partnered with some organization, had these beehives there. Our staff team went and managed the beehives, trained these people, equipped them with the bee equipment. Finally, the beehives produced honey. We bought all the honey, and we had gone to present a check to this community for them to share. That is a kind of an impact we are having out there. And so, through KCIC, we are now manufacturing natural cosmetics. We have gone beyond honey. We are now making lotions. We are making body creams. We are making lip balms. We are making shampoos like the one I used this morning. And made with honey and bee pollen and bee propolis and beeswax. We are showcasing the African beauty through the bees. And it's an awesome, awesome thing. We're now in 27 counties in this country, and we have 2,007 beehives as per yesterday that are busy making honey in those places. Beautiful, thank you. And through KCIC, we finally today will be receiving our patent. Let me tell you. Getting a patent in this country and anywhere in the world to prove you are an innovator, it is not a joke. It's been a journey of years, a journey of tears, a journey of sweat, and today I believe we will be presented with our patent this morning to say that this is made in Kenya, originated in Kenya. Isn't that awesome? Beautiful. And so we are ready for impact. We are ready to have impact investors with us, and so that we can proceed to the next level of not only commercialization, but acceleration. Thank you so much.
Mr. B, don't go. Don't go. Come right up here. Because I want us to take this moment to celebrate him. Everything that he's showcasing here, actually, you can have your team members join you on the stage. Whatever he's showcasing here is beyond proof of concept. Because, ladies and gentlemen, I want us to give him a warm round of applause, because those concrete hives have today received a patent. Please give him a warm round of applause. And this is proof and testament of the work that the collaboration between those in the ecosystem and KCIC. And to present you with this patent so that we make this moment memorable for you and everybody at Mr. B and all the communities that you have transformed, I'd like to invite KCIC CEO, Mr. Joseph Murabula, to come up on stage and present you with this patent to make sure we remember this very important day and very important moment for you and your organization. Please continue to give them a warm round of applause. That's amazing. Congratulations once again. Well done. If you needed more proof of startups that are doing work that is sustainable and that has impact and that is recognized, this is it. Congratulations, Mr. B, all of you and the team over there. Well done. Another warm round of applause. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is not just money. This is not just projects, like we said. Please make sure you visit their stand. They're right outside, exhibiting the work that they do, and perhaps seeing if there's any areas of collaboration that are there. And so, ladies and gentlemen, the collaboration isn't just within the private sector, within the startup ecosystem. The collaboration cannot be complete if it doesn't happen with government institutions as well. And so to hear about that and the great strides that have been made and could be made as we look forward towards the KCIC 2030 promise, ladies and gentlemen, let's get some remarks from the county governments. I'd like to begin by inviting JP Malawi, for the County Director of Environment at Nairobi City County, to make some short remarks. Karibu sana, give him a round of applause.
Thank you very much, everyone. I walked in a bit late, so I am sorry. Today we are celebrating the World Environment Day, and I want to take this opportunity to welcome all of you, together with the national government, at Uhuru Park. Kindly join us after this session. I want to comment about our partnership together with KCIC, but before I do that, allow me to introduce to you, because you know KCIC works with at least 8 county governments across Kenya, and Nairobi is one of them. So I've worked with some officers. They can be upstanding. I'll just introduce them from wherever they are. On the extreme left is Maureen Cherono Bet, is a Deputy Director in charge of Parks and Natural Resources, the County Government of Nairobi. You can have your seat. The other is Dr. Anne Adoyo, Deputy Director in charge of Climate Change and Air Quality Monitoring at the County Government of Nairobi. Then I have Fancy Musili Kanini, our Communications Officer. The gentleman in the jacket there is Creek Jared Mbori, our Deputy Director in charge of Solid Waste Collection, Transportation and Disposal. And next is Muiruri Margaret, who is a Principal Environment Officer in the Office of the Director of Environment. And finally, Kelvin Kimathi Mwarania, who is also the Principal Environment Officer in the Office of the Director of Environment. Thank you. My comments will be brief. And I was talking to my friend there, Vincent Ogaya, and he's promised to give a reward to anyone who has an answer to my question. And ladies and gentlemen, allow me to humbly refer to the now popular Methali za Gen Z. How many of you know them? Methali za Gen Z. Wangapi wanazijua? Methali za Gen Z. So if you get it right, the answer, Vincent, you can be upstanding. He will reward any one of you who gets the answer right with 30,000 Kenya shillings. Tumpigie makofi. So this is my question, and you don't use zile methali za kamusi. Asiyesikia la mkuu, unajibu kama Gen Z. Asiyesikia la mkuu? Asiyesikia la mkuu, amevaa earphones, amepata. Clap for her. So she will be picking 30,000 from Vincent. So our mkuu in this context is KCIC. KCIC has listened to the voice of the women, the youth, the development partners across the country, government departments, and KCIC has assisted us to develop policy, supported in research, and developing climate smart businesses. We've had a lot together as county governments, together with KCIC, in doing compliance and capacity building for our staffs in the county governments. I want to highlight, and the CEO had put it as he had highlighted, about 592,000 CO2 equivalent has been mitigated, created about, as he had highlighted, 58,000 jobs, amongst many other achievements together. So this is a good partner who has never put on the headphones. Let's clap for KCIC team. And I want to give a few highlights as the county government of Nairobi. Together, we are, through the SWIFT forum, we've been in a position to train 148 number officers to become environmental inspectors who are certified by NEMA. Situwapigie makofi KCIC. That is fully sponsored. We've catalyzed dialogue between regulators, waste pickers, and innovators to tackle, the common problem of Nairobi, that is the garbage crisis. And going forward, because Nairobi produces about 3,000 to 4,000 tons of solid waste every day. And we must be very creative to give a solution. And we believe garbage has a lot of opportunities. So together with KCIC, we've been looking at what are the types of jobs that can be created from the solid waste management stream. And KCIC has been very supportive in terms of review of our policy documents, review of our some of our acts, our laws. We currently in the county government of Nairobi, we have the Nairobi City County Solid Waste Management Act of 2015, which together with KCC we are reviewing to make it the Sustainable Solid Waste Management Act of Nairobi City Government of 2025. Kindly let's clap for them. I want to end this by just highlighting that together with KCC, we're having a strategy where we want to have at least a minimum one number material recovery facility in all the sub-counties. In Nairobi, we have 17 number sub-counties. And KCIC has promised to partner with us to ensure that those material recovery facilities are functional and operational. And we believe as a county government, this will produce and provide opportunities for our youth and women in those units of devolution. I want to end this by saying that most of the time, as people think about the climate space, climate action is not about sacrifice, it's about opportunities. And these opportunities are there to build resilient cities, empower green entrepreneurs, and turn waste into wealth for not only Nairobi City, but for Africa. So as KCC launched this strategy 4.0, we believe that we will work together with development partners to make Nairobi and Africa a beacon of sustainable innovation. So thank you very much to KCC and everyone that supports these initiatives. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Mr. J.P. Malawi. As you noticed, many of us did not know the answer to that question. I don't mean to be ageist, but that just tells you the age of the people in the room. Me included, by the way. I long past that age limit, that age line for young people. But well done, and well done on the work that you're doing. Also, to just continue to highlight the work that has been done between KCIC and county governments, as Mr. J.P. Malawi has told us. I'd now like us to hear from the Director of Programs at the Council of Governors, Mr. Kizito Wangalwa. Karibu sana. Let's give him a warm round of applause.
Thank you, Yvonne. I'm more used to seeing you on the screen. Now it is live. The chief guest, Madame Agnes Kalibata, the chair of the board, the CEO of the board and the other board members, the partners in the climate and innovation space that are here, the partners of KCIC. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As introduced, my name is Kizito Wangalwa, and I'm here on behalf of the CEO of the Council of Governors, Madame Mary Mwiti, who couldn't find time to be here, but asked me to be here on her behalf. To congratulate, first of all, KCIC for this launch of their strategy, and also to acknowledge the very partnership that we have had with KCIC for quite a while in support of the county governments as they evolve in our Kenyan space. Allow me to acknowledge a couple of things. One, that climate change and innovation is not going to wait for us to get ready. They're happening every day, you know. Innovators are there, and we must be able to respond to their innovations and their creativity. The business people will always want to have an extra shilling in an environment that they understand. And so for us as county governments, we were very glad when a partner like KCIC, approached the Council of Governors to enable the outreach to the counties. And I know many partners struggle with that. Very many partners. You go to county governments and you don't find the governor. You start wondering now what is happening. You don't find the CEC, what is not happening. You have a discussion, there is no follow through. And many a time, it is not because the counties want that. It's because we hardly understand the counties. It's a new space. It's a government. It has structures. It has systems. It has challenges. Having served as deputy governor in the great county that the CEO of the KCIC comes from, Busia, if you haven't been to Busia, please find time to be in Busia. That is the county that just, it's a showstopper. When you live there, you go to Uganda. Now, I can acknowledge that very few people understand what we created, the county governments. Very few people. From where I sit right now at the Council of Governors, as Director of Committees and Programs, I interface with hundreds of policy initiatives, programs that are being conceived. And I can tell you, everybody still does not, many people don't appreciate what a county government is and the powers that the county governments have been given. When you look at the entire 4 pillars that Joseph took us through, 3 of them, all of them are about county governments. How are we going to create an enabling business environment? It's about the county government. How are we going to mobilize communities and the social fabric within communities? It's about the county government. The trade environment, trade development and regulation, 100% is the county government. We may be having remnants of the old order still within our system, but that does not mean that they replace the county governments. The responsibilities of the county governments in agriculture, in climate change, in trade development, in community development are so significant that I want to invite all of us to try and understand this unit a lot better. KCIC did it, and I'm sure the entry into the counties was almost seamless. So as we transition in this new space, we will be looking forward to work with the KCIC and the partners to try and also reshape the policy space that then makes the investment environment, the innovation space, and entrepreneurship to thrive within the counties. And I can tell you, government also needs to transit and let the private sector take lead. We as government, we have always been used to doing ourselves. We were the custodians of extension. Extension is no longer a preserve of government. We were the custodians of subsidized funding through many programs. But now we are competing with the other funding streams, the banks and other microfunding streams. How can we enable the private sector to thrive and provide the services? So it's a total shift that we need as governments. We will be there working with you in this journey as you implement your strategy 4.0. Finally, in these discussions, in August of this year, we will be having the Devolution Conference. And the theme is for the people, for prosperity. Devolution as a catalyst for equity, inclusion, and social justice. When Mr. B was here, I said, yeah, sometimes when you talk about inclusion, we are talking about people only. The bees have never been included. Yeah. Animals, sometimes in the conversations, have never been included. So it's always about people. When the ecosystem, when climate change is destroying a lot of biodiversity, then there is something within the environment that is suffering, and they also need to be on the table. So the inclusion space is there. Entrepreneurship is central to that inclusion space. We want to listen to the partners. We are moving away from us as government coming and speaking and talking to ourselves. We also want the partners to take lead, and I'll be looking forward to KCIC and the other partners just hosting an event on a subject around that theme that then tells government, this is what we expect from you. I thank you, and very pleased to be here. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kizito Wangalwa from the Council of Governors, and we look forward to your partnership. Thank you very much for your commitment. What you're seeing here is emblematic of the approach that KCIC uses. It is collaboration, and it is reaching out to as many partners as possible within the private sector, but they cannot do that alone, doing that with county governments and with others as well. The next set of remarks will come from a partner that has walked with KCIC for quite some time, and here to remember the journey and also look ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mette Melson from the Danish Embassy to come and talk about that partnership over time and what that looks like as we move towards the year 2030. Please clap for her.
Dr. Agnes Kalibata, KCIC Board Chair Job Kihumba, CEO Mr. Joseph Murabala, Ambassador Climate Envoy Ali Mohammed, guests, partners, innovators, ladies and gentlemen, Bank and the UK aid Denmark recognized the vital potential of an institution dedicated to fostering climate innovation in Kenya and across the region. This has been a partnership built on shared values and a mutual commitment to sustainable development. Over the years, we have witnessed firsthand the tangible impact of KCIC. We've been proud to support flagship programs like GreenBiz, which has been instrumental in accelerating the commercialization of climate ventures across critical sectors such as renewable energy, waste management, sustainable agriculture, water, and commercial forestry. And through the AgriBiz program, we've seen support reach over 2,100 youth and women-led agribusiness ventures, creating thousands of jobs and fostering resilience where it matters most. These programs are tangible examples of what can be achieved when innovation meets opportunity and dedicated support. Today, as KCIC launches Strategy 4.0, a bold new dawn, we see a compelling alignment with Denmark's own evolving engagement with Africa, as outlined in our new strategy, Africa's Century. The Danish strategy underscores a fundamental belief that this is indeed Africa's century, a time of immense demographic dynamism, growing geopolitical relevance, and profound potential for green transformation. KCIC's revised mission to catalyze climate entrepreneurship in Africa as a pathway to sustainable enterprises and climate-resilient communities resonates deeply with Denmark's new approach to Africa. We too recognize that sustainable development and effective climate action requires more than isolated projects. They demand systemic change, the strengthening of entire value chains, and the fostering of enabling environments. Several synergies are immediately apparent. Climate adaptation and green growth. Both KCIC's Strategy 4.0 and Denmark's Africa's Century place a strong emphasis on climate adaptation and green growth. KCIC's focus on sustainable enterprises and climate-resilient communities directly mirrors Denmark's commitment to supporting climate-adapted agriculture, water resource management, forest protection, and a just green transition in Africa. Technology and innovation. Denmark's strategy highlights efforts for technology and innovation in Africa. KCIC's model integrating technical support, innovative financing, and research provides a powerful platform to advance this shared agenda, fostering local solutions and leveraging Danish expertise in areas like green tech. Investments and strengthened trade. Both strategies call for increased investment and trade. KCIC's work in making climate ventures investment ready and improving market systems directly supports the ambition to connect Danish and European businesses with African communities, creating shared economic prosperity. Partnership is paramount. This is a cornerstone of both our approaches. KCIC's commitment to collaboration and Denmark's emphasis on building equal partnerships and strengthening people-to-people engagement signal a future where we listen more, learn together, and co-create solutions. KCIC's plan to leverage partnerships with incubators across the continent aligns with our vision of a more interconnected and collaborative Africa. The world, and Africa in particular, stands at a critical juncture. The climate crisis is deepening, and we're witnessing a lot of changes in multilateralism and international cooperation. But they also underscore the immense opportunity for innovation and transformative action. KCIC's 4.0 strategy is a bold, necessary, and timely response. It provides a clear roadmap, not just for KCIC, but for all of us who are committed to a sustainable and resilient future for this continent. On behalf of the Danish Embassy, I congratulate KCIC on this visionary strategy. We're excited to continue this journey as we work together and contribute to accelerating Africa's green transition. Asante sana.
Asante sana, Madam Meta Melson, tunakushukuru sana kwa wakati wako na kwa kuendelea kufanya kazi na KCIC kwa hiyo miaka yote. Thank you very much. Next is another partner. Let's now listen to Mr. Steve Tharakan, who's a Deputy Ambassador in Charge d'Affaires at the Embassy of Switzerland in Nairobi. Mr. Steve Tharakan, karibu sana. Please give him a warm round of applause.
Dear Dr. Agnes Kalibata, dear Ambassador Ali Mohammed, dear Joseph Murapola, Excellencies, partners, innovators, inventors, I think both works, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's really an honor to be here today at this important event to unveiling the Kenya Climate Innovation Center Strategy 4.0. To start, let me first pass my sincere congratulations to the entire KCIC family for this great milestone. The partnership between Switzerland and KCIC began in 2022 when we jointly launched the Clean Tech Innovation Competition, a competition that brings forward student-led solutions for a more sustainable future. And in that room, we really have the Gen Zs, which are maybe not here today, but there we really have it, and we are proud of that. And we're also happy to have found in KCIC really the perfect partner for this initiative. So why is this partnership important for us, for Switzerland? Over the years, Switzerland has worked across the Horn of Africa to promote locally led development that is adaptive, inclusive, and resilient. Our approach has focused on the enabling communities to build sustainable livelihoods, access essential services, and participate meaningfully in shaping their future, especially in regions affected by climate and socioeconomic vulnerabilities. So Kenya's youth represents one of the country's greatest assets, a highly educated, dynamic generation distinguished by its entrepreneurial mindset, unwavering commitment to progress, and boundless energy to drive innovation and social transformation. Therefore, the Clean Tech Innovation Competition provides a platform to support youth-led innovation solution, especially targeting universities and TVET students in Kenya. Through partnership with KCIC, academic institutions like Strathmore University, but also Swiss companies such as SIGPA, who is here today, or we are also happy to see APA Insurance, our newest partner also with the Swiss Link, who will join the initiative. So it's really Switzerland. With this, we try to nurture clean tech startups right from the earliest development stages. We have seen firsthand power of early stage innovation. Winners from previous clean tech competitions have developed practical, sustainable solutions with seed funding, incubation support by KCIC, successfully really to scale the ideas and to make a real world impact. So to conclude, I would like to note that KCIC's strategy is for me particularly notable because firstly, the strategy shows a clear evolution from a national incubator supporting small enterprises to a pan-African catalyst seeking to transform the entire climate entrepreneurial ecosystem. Secondly, it's a commitment to fostering innovation in a fragile and climate-stressed environment. And finally, the strategy focuses on supporting enterprises in advancing climate adaptation. It is also well aligned with our own commitment to sustainable development. So as you now step into this new phase of growth and continental engagement, you have opportunity to stand out as a model of a locally anchored, regional, relevant, and globally aware innovation center. To the entire KCIC team, congratulations once again for this really strategic milestone, and we are confident that this new chapter will unlock new opportunities to, how it says here on the screen, accelerate Africa's green transition and catalyze climate entrepreneurship in Africa. Thank you very much. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tharakan, for that. And like we say, KCIC really appreciates the work, the collaboration, and the support together with you and all the partners who are here with us. The impact on the youth with the work that has been done and their collaboration as well is very important, which is why our next speaker is someone we are very honored to have with us, Mr. Josiah Moriasi, who's the Chief Executive Officer of the Youth Enterprise Development Fund. Welcome very much, sir. I ask you to keep your remarks short in the interests of time. We have to hear from our speaker, our chief guest, and then we also have the exciting launch moment. And I hear there might be some cake, so let's not stand in the way of that. Mr. Moriasi, karibu sana.
Thank you so much. I could have wished also to begin with a question, but I forgot carrying enough cash, so kindly allow me to drop that question so that I go direct to the remarks. As you have heard, my name is Josiah Moriasi, the CEO at the Youth Enterprise Development Fund. I'm here confirming that indeed the fund is a partner of KCIC. We have partnered in so many ways to co-curate some solutions that directly affect the young people. Apart from the Youth Fund, allow me to recognize some key government institutions who have also partnered with KCIC kindly. I know the representation is here. We have NEMA, we have KEFIS, we have Kenya, Kiridi, KEPS, and KEFRI, and also Women Enterprise Development Fund. The chief guest, Dr. Agnes Kalibata, Ambassador Ali Mohammed, the Kenya Special Envoy on Climate Change, the chair and board members of KCIC, the KCIC Secretariat headed by CEO Joseph, esteemed guests were here, entrepreneurs within that space, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great honor to join you today at this official launch of the Kenya Climate Innovation Center Strategy 4.0, advancing national and regional climate change under the theme Catalyzing Africa's Green Future, a Bold New Dawn. I wish to sincerely thank the KCIC leadership for extending the invitation and for the commendable work they continue to do in stewarding Kenya, and now the broader region Africa towards a climate smart and a resilient future. Today is not just a launch, it is a moment of renewal and redirection, a statement that we recognize the urgency of climate change and are ready to act boldly and collectively. This forum is a great reminder that real progress demands inclusion and that no voice is more critical to climate action than that of our young people. Ladies and gentlemen, KCIC has earned its place as one of Kenya's leading institutions in catalyzing green innovation and entrepreneurship. At the Youth Enterprise Development Fund, we have long recognized KCIC as a valued partner, one whose vision aligns closely with our own. We have worked together to support youth-led enterprises, champion climate-smart innovations, and establish opportunities for young Kenyans to engage meaningfully in environmental and economic transformations. As we gather to mark this new chapter in KCIC's journey, we believe that Strategy 4.0 reflects a bold and necessary evolution from what we have shared. It is indeed evident that this strategy represents a significant shift from primarily supporting climate ventures within Kenya to catalyzing ecosystem transformation across Africa. This expanded regional ambition is both timely and essential, as we trust that the strategy outlines a practical and visionary roadmap to empowering climate innovators, building resilient systems, and amplifying Africa's voice in global climate solutions. For us at the Youth Fund, this continental lens resonates deeply. We have long believed that Kenya's youth possess the talent and the tenacity to lead not just local but global climate solutions. As the strategy expands its horizon, it is our hope that and expectation that youth will remain the center of that vision. That whenever KCIC goes, young innovators, entrepreneurs, and the climate champion will be empowered to lead, not just to follow. The climate crisis is not tomorrow's concern, it is today's context. Our youth are coming of age amid rising temperatures, vanishing rains, degraded ecosystems, and fragile livelihoods. But even as we face these realities, they are also responding with creativity, urgency, and with hope. We see it every day in solar technology startups, in clean energy innovations, in regenerative agricultural projects, and in digital platforms that help communicate and flourish. These young Kenyans are not waiting for permission to lead. What they need from us, institutions, partners, policymakers, is access. They need access to capital, to mentorship, to markets, and to enabling policy and environment. At the Youth Fund, we are committed to delivering that support, recognizing that we have to work within that ecosystem. One of the most significant steps we have taken in this direction as a fund is to curate a product that we call Go Green loan product. This is a financial product designed specifically for the youth-led enterprises that address climate change and environmental sustainability. This product supports ventures in areas such as renewable energy, sustainable agribusiness, waste management, ecotourism, and other green industries. We are not only funding ideas through this loan product, but also investing in a new generation of climate-smart entrepreneurs. But financing is just one piece of the puzzle. Our work is also grounded in enterprise training and mentorship. We equip young people not only to launch their businesses, but to grow and sustain them in an increasingly complex environment. Through structured programs and tailored guidance, we ensure that their ventures are not only viable, but also resilient, innovative, and future-ready. It is in this spirit that we view our collaboration with KCIC as both strategic and essential. The work we have already done together has demonstrated the value of our partnership. As KCIC now enters a new phase of growth, we stand ready to deepen our engagement, whether it is through capacity building programs, co-investment, co-creation, youth-led ventures, and ecosystem-wide innovation challenges. We believe there's tremendous value in building together. While we look forward to engaging more deeply with the full rollout of Strategy 4.0, we are confident that it will open new opportunities for collaboration, not just in Kenya, but across the continent. The shift from a national to a regional orientation reflects both necessity and opportunity. Climate change does not recognize borders, and our solutions should not be bound by them either. Thinking and acting regionally shows us to scale what works, share what we learn, and inspire a generation of African youth to lead in climate action. Kenya's youth, who constitute more than 75% of our population, represent not just demographic force, but a strategic advantage. They are bold, adaptable, tech-savvy, and deep invested in their future. Our task as leaders and institutions is to build the platforms from which they can launch their ideas and scale their impact. We must transform our systems from funding to regulation and training to recognition so as to reflect our belief in their capacity. Imagine a Kenya and a region where thousands of youth-led businesses are converting waste into wealth, creating smart irrigation systems, designing bioenergy solutions, and digitizing the green economy. The future is within reach, but only if we work together with urgency and intention. As we celebrate the launch of Strategy 4.0 today, I call upon all stakeholders, government, development partners, private sector actors, and civil society to join hands in expanding the green economy through the power of youth. Let us align our resources, pool our networks, and commit to systems that not only support young people, but are shaped by them. To our partners, congratulations on this milestone. We look forward to walking this journey with you as the strategy moves from paper to practice, from intention to impact. And to the young people of Kenya and Africa, I say to you, your time is now. You are not too young to lead, and the climate agenda is not too big for your ideas. We believe in you, we are investing in you, and we'll continue to walk beside you. Thank you so much. May God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moriasi. A great speech there reminding us and grounding us as to why we are here and the commitments we're making here today. On behalf of the Principal Secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture, I'd like to invite Engineer Laban Kiplagat, who's the Agriculture and Engineering Secretary at the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development. Tafadhali tumkaribisheni hapa.
Thank you. Good morning and all protocols observed. My name is Engineer Laban Kiplagat from the State Department for Agriculture, and I'm very happy here today to be part of us as we celebrate the launch of this strategy. I'm here on behalf of the Principal Secretary, State Department for Agriculture, Dr. Gebron Orono, who would have wished to be here because of the significance that climate change has on agriculture and vice versa. And therefore, you will allow me to make his comments. But just before I do it, I'm also equally happy because climate change has been an issue that has been being talked about from all corners and from all circles. And I think it has been a fiscal cycle that we don't provide answers. But I see today that through KCIC, we are breaking the fiscal cycle by taking climate change head-on and creating innovative solutions that can also provide livelihoods to innovators, and more so the youth, which we are very impressed as a ministry, because we always talk about agriculture being led by the aged in Kenya, but we, through innovations like this, we wish that the youth can take up the matter, because now with technology and knowledge, I think things can be even better. The government is putting in place measures to ensure that we provide enabling environment and all the support it has, together with our partners and stakeholders, and we want to thank KCIC for being part of that, among other actors that we do have here. So for sustainable green growth, strategic partnership between governments and actors across various agricultural value chains should focus on reforming investments, incentives to favor green technologies, encouraging regional pilots within the existing regional and national frameworks, and ensuring policy coherence across trade, climate, and industrial development agendas. Public-private partnerships are highlighted as instrumental in attracting the necessary investment by de-risking projects and combining the strengths of both public and private sectors. The transition to a new economy aligned with the Paris Climate Agreement and Sustainable Development Goals will not be achieved without putting people at the center and ensuring that they have the opportunities and the capacity to participate in the green economy. This will require paying attention to several interconnected issues: employment and job creation, skills and education, and social adjustment. The ministry is aware, that's the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, is aware of the need to bridge the information gap, which are critical in catalyzing an efficient transformation. This is being achieved by implementing various initiatives, by actively advancing national and regional climate actions through combination of policy frameworks, action plans, and initiatives aimed at mitigating climate change and building resilience. These efforts focus on reducing emissions, adapting to climate impacts, and ensuring climate resilience for vulnerable communities. Through organized market structures, the Ministry of Agriculture supports the micro, small, and medium enterprises development, playing a crucial role in fostering growth and innovation, and works to address challenges such as limited access to finance, markets, and infrastructure. This is consistent with the KCIC theme of catalyzing climate entrepreneurship in Africa as a pathway to sustainable enterprise and climate resilience communities, by ensuring that those most vulnerable to impacts of climate change also have opportunity to access resources to support them in building resilience. Consequently, I wish to hail the strong partnership between KCIC and the ministry, and wish to encourage KCIC to utilize and leverage on the institutional frameworks established by the ministry and the government at both national and county level as a mechanism to support the delivery of their programs. Some of these structures are the climate change units, both at the MDS and county levels, as well as the agriculture technology development centers, Kenya School of Agriculture, and other agricultural training institutions that are spread across the country. In conclusion, the government notes that Climate Change Innovation Center is a clean technology business incubation center established by the World Bank's Group Climate Technology Program to support Kenya's green enterprises. Launched in 2012, the KCIC was the first ever climate innovation center to be established under the program. As we launch the KCIC Strategy 4.0 today, there is need to share the KCIC's operating model for over the 10 years of operation and reflect on the lessons for similar clean technology incubation centers that can be drawn from KCIC experience. So those are the remarks from my Principal Secretary, and we are privileged and happy to be part and parcel of this journey. Thank you very much.
Engineer, thank you very much. Please pass our regards to the Principal Secretary, the Cabinet Secretary, and all at the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development. It is befitting, like we say, to hold this on World Environment Day, so that is something we're all excited about. We're going to be launching that in a moment, and then, of course, getting to hear from our chief guest here. But first, ladies and gentlemen, somebody who has re-energized and given such vibrance to the work that is being done to mitigate the effects of climate change in the country, and during whose time we have seen Africa and Kenya hosting the inaugural Africa Climate Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our next speaker, who is Ambassador Ali Mohammed, Kenya's Special Envoy for Climate Change, a globally recognized authority on matters environment and climate change. Thank you very much for being with us, sir. Please make your remarks.
Good morning. Was it afternoon? And so good to see such a house full of climate entrepreneurs, climate innovators, and climate enthusiasts. And thank you very much, my friend, Dr. Joseph, for the good work we have been doing over the years. Let me begin, first of all, by recognizing my good sister and friend, Dr. Agnes Kalibata, whom we have worked with for a long time and who is a dedicated person on matters climate and resilience. And let me also recognize the board chair and the board of KCIC, as well as our partners represented here by Miti from the Danish Embassy, who have been with us throughout, and Steve, my friend, from the Swiss Embassy, and maybe some other partners who are in the room. For me, it is really a great honor, and can I say also some sense of pride to be standing here today, having been party to the original formation of KCIC. In 2012, I was the PS Minister of Environment and Mineral Resources, that's what it was called then. And I recall that, it's unfortunate I don't see Dr. De Silva, but I am glad that he's still part of the board and is the immediate former chair. So Dr. De Silva, together with partners from the UK and Denmark and the World Bank, came to my office to, talk about this new idea of Climate Innovation Center. And of course, it was an issue whose time had come, as Joseph had taken us down history lane earlier with regard to the debacle of the Copenhagen conference in 2015. Not 2015, was it 2015? 2009, the 2015 COP, or rather the COP15 of Copenhagen, which was a big challenge, just to put it lightly. And there was need for the world to to come together again and to see how to address the ever-growing challenges of climate change. And so it's befitting and really gratifying for myself to be here again today in a different capacity, related capacity, as the special envoy of our country on matters climate change, to celebrate the successes of the NACET institution that we envisioned in 2012, more than a decade or so ago. So congratulations, board chair and your board. Congratulations to the management led by Joseph and his team for the excellent work that you've been able to achieve over that period. Today, on World Environment Day, we are not just celebrating an anniversary of a remarkable achievement, as I said, but of course we are here to celebrate the launch of the fourth iteration of the strategy of this organization, call it 4.0. From those early days, the vision of KCIC was clear: to empower Kenyan ingenuity to tackle climate change, to see it now not only as a cornerstone of climate action in Kenya, but poised to catalyze climate entrepreneurship at continental level, is truly inspiring and a testament to dedicated leadership, strong partnership, and unwavering commitment. You know, as Yvonne was saying, our country is recognized as a climate leader. We did host the Africa Climate Summit in 2023. Our president, His Excellency William Ruto, is a climate champion at global level, not just at continental level. And I'm really proud today to see KCIC, you know, projecting itself beyond the small rooms in Strathmore University at the time to becoming, you know, an institution that is going to support Africa-wide initiatives. KCIC has become a major success story for Kenya's economic and social development. You have long demonstrated that climate entrepreneurship is a practical climate solution. And I'm happy to note that you are doing your bit by supporting all the figures you showed us. 5,000 going to 100,000 employments, 600, thereabout 600,000 tons of carbon dioxide sequestered over that period, 65 million or thereabout US dollars mobilized and disbursed. Massive achievements, and congratulations for the work you are doing. The agency that drove KCIC's establishment has only intensified, as other speakers here have said. As Kenya's climate envoy, and as climate entrepreneurs and climate actors yourselves, we are all acutely aware of the escalating challenges of climate change. WMO, the World Meteorological Organization, released its annual report on the status of climate change in Africa. They released also for the whole world, but also the Africa one specifically, just a few weeks back. And it confirms that our continent is warming faster than other parts of the world, and we are bearing the brunt of the extreme weather events. We've all witnessed the devastations that endless droughts in our continent, in our country, the destruction that extreme weather events like the floods that we've experienced not long ago is having on us here in Kenya, in the world, and the whole of Africa. We pass our condolences to our brethren and sisters in the West African country that are currently undergoing serious drought flood situation. Close to several hundreds of people have been washed away and killed by the floods in Nigeria and neighboring countries. These events are detailed in Kenya's second national Nationally Determined Contribution, NDC, that our government released just a few weeks back, early last month, as part of the requirements of the global obligations under the Paris Agreement. And the challenges are already costing our economies 3 to 5% of our GDPs annually, and remains an existential threat to lots of us. UNEP, as you probably know, that we host here in our country, also releases a report, the UNEP Adaptation Gap Report for 2024, which also highlights the critical global shortfalls in the support and the financing for developing countries like us to respond to the challenges of climate. The figures, of course, are very staggering. The African continent attracts just barely 3% of the global climate finance. We are grateful to our partners at Denmark, Switzerland, and others, and the UK, I believe, who continue to stand with us for KCIC. But in real sense, the amount of funding that is required as part of the obligations by developed countries to support developing countries like ours continues to shrink, and Africa has always received the least. Climate change is an economic and development issue, and the global shift towards low carbon and climate resilient economies is intensifying competition for innovative solutions. A few weeks back, I was privileged to lead a delegation of public official servants as well as private sector actors to China to go and see how we can create more synergy and partnership with China, because as you probably are aware, China is currently leapfrogging the world when it comes to innovations for innovative solutions to address climate change, particularly in the realm of renewable energies. And as Joseph earlier hinted to, what we learned is that, of course, you probably are aware, today China is the leading country on PVs, photovoltaic cells. 90% of the global photovoltaic cells are produced by that country. I think 70% of wind turbines are produced by their country. They have taken over on the EV sector also, and the batteries as well. But what was very interesting that we learned from there is how the markets, which was set by the Kyoto Protocol of 2007, called CDM, Clean Development Mechanism, spurred and started off the long-term visioning of China towards moving away from being one of the greatest or the biggest emitters of greenhouse gases to today being the leader in the world on renewables, batteries, wind, and solar technologies. And it was very encouraging. We have a similar opportunity here today in Kenya and in Africa, indeed, with the carbon markets. And 2 weeks ago, I, together with the Ministry of Environment, we hosted the second Kenya Carbon Markets Conference, which attracted much bigger crowd than here. I think it was over close to 300 plus people who are project developers, project evaluators, and the entire ecosystem of carbon markets, and 418 projects, carbon market projects, from nature-based solutions to technology-based actions were showcased, and very encouraging how our country, and yes, our colleague from the Youth Fund said how our youthful population particularly are so eager to take on the challenges of climate change. So I commend KCIC management and board for its strategic evolution, your mission to catalyze climate entrepreneurship in Africa, and the adoption of an ecosystem approach is precisely what is needed. It aligns perfectly with our government's own whole of government, whole of society approach to climate action as articulated in our nationally determined contributions. We do recognize that tackling climate change requires more than isolated projects. It demands systemic transformation. It requires fostering an enabling environment where innovation, finance, policy, and community action converge. Our second nationally determined contribution, which we submitted, will guide our efforts from 2031 to 2035. The current one was for 2021 to 2030, so still applicable. And sets forth ambitious goal. We have committed to reduce our business as usual emissions by 35% greenhouse gas emissions. And a comprehensive adaptation plan as well, given the insignificant emissions from our country. Our total emissions global on average, it's just 0.01% of the global emissions. So 35% is very ambitious, but really what is more ambitious is for us to develop the resilience and the adaptation that is required to cope with the reality of climate change. The NDC, National Determined Contribution, acknowledges that achieving these targets, particularly the 80% of mitigation and 81% of adaptation costs require international support, necessitates robust partnership and a thriving ecosystem of climate actors. This is where institutions like KCIC, with its new strategy, become indispensable. Let me say that I see tremendous synergies between KCIC's new strategy and our national climate agenda. Number one, on access to finance and technical support. KCIC's focus on unlocking capital and expertise for climate ventures will be critical in mobilizing the resources needed to implement our NDC. His Excellency President Ruto, as the chair of the Committee of Heads of State and Government on Climate Change, is pushing for a just, Africa-first climate financing architecture. And we are calling for end-to-end climate finance ecosystems that serve mitigation and development. Institutions like KCIC are the implementers of that agenda on the ground. Number two, market systems and enabling environment. The work of KCIC in strengthening markets and advocating for supportive policies directly supports our national efforts to create a conducive environment for green growth and climate-smart investments. Number three, community engagement and resilience. Empowering local communities, a key pillar of the strategy, is fundamental to achieving the widespread resilience outlined in our adaptation goals. And I thank you again, KCIC, for bringing on board the county governments, and we had them very well, the representative of the council as well as the Nairobi county government. And I believe you are working, you say 27 currently, so that's really great. Number four, innovation and technology. Kenya's NDC relies on transformative reforms, particularly in the power sector, to drive decarbonization. KCIC's role in nurturing climate technologies will be crucial for this transition. So we see KCIC not just as a recipient of support, but as a key partner in delivering on our national commitments and in championing Africa's climate agenda on the global stage. Your ambition to expand your influence across the continent is very welcome and very laudable. The lessons learned here in Kenya, the innovations nurtured, and the ecosystem model you are pioneering have immense relevance for other African nations facing similar challenges. So today's launch on the World Environment Day, 5th June, with its global focus on critical issues like ending plastic pollution, reminds us that local action, when catalyzed and scaled, contributes to global solutions. KCIC's work in supporting enterprises in waste management and in the circular economy will be a vital part of this effort. The journey ahead, as outlined in this new strategy, is ambitious and bold. It requires definitely dedication, innovation, and above all, collaboration. And thank you again to our partners for standing with us. The government remains a committed partner and will continue working together with KCIC. We will continue working together with you, with our development partners, with the private sector, and all stakeholders to ensure that this bold new dawn translates into a brighter, greener, and more resilient future for Kenya and for our continent. Once again, congratulations for the work done, to the board, to the management, and the team on this outstanding achievement. You have indeed come of age, and we look forward to impactful contributions you will make under the strategy 4.0. Let me just add, as one of the other speakers earlier said, transitioning is happening. And despite, backslidings from certain countries and certain governments, the transition towards renewable energy, the transitions towards low carbon development and resilient development is indeed happening. And as I said earlier, EVs, electric vehicles, I was very privileged to launch our EV, I think a few weeks back here in KCIC. And the number of EVs have continued to grow every year by leaps and bounds. And as you'll probably be aware, many governments, the vehicle producing countries or manufacturing countries, have given themselves a target of 2035 to stop. Whilst last year, there was about $3 trillion invested in energy in total, 2/3 of that, which is $2 trillion, was actually invested in renewable energy, despite all the talk that we hear, drill, baby, drill, but the reality is a lot of things, a lot of investment is going to renewable energy and the similar climate-related actions. And so the transitioning in the world is happening, and we are glad that KCIC and yourselves here as entrepreneurs and actors are contributing to that. So once again, congratulations and thank you very much to all of you. And just to assure you that His Excellency President William Ruto, as the chair of the Committee of Heads of State and Government on Climate Change, is fully supportive of the work that you are doing here and will continue to give you all the support you need. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Ali, for that. We're going to get into our chief guest remarks now for a minute, but we're here because KCIC is taking its mission continent-wide, right? Across Africa, right? Right? Good. Let's test your knowledge of Africa for a minute. I'd like to use the alphabet. Just shout from wherever you are. Let's use the alphabet and tell me the names of countries in Africa that begin with A. Rwanda? Did I hear Rwanda? Angola? Algeria? Algiers is the capital of Algeria. Well done. All right. B? Okay. Can I go up to Z with you? Because like you're on it. Burkina Faso, Burundi, Botswana. C? Chad? Cote d'Ivoire? Central African Republic? Comoros? Cameroon? Great. Congo. Congo Brazzaville. There is the other one, which begins with? Good. So letter D. DRC. Djibouti. Very well done. I actually struggled with that one. Last letter. Letter E. And right next to Eritrea? Ethiopia. In the north, Egypt. Well done. I see you know your continent. Sorry? Eswatini. Very well done. Eswatini, that's right. So this is good. Now we know Africa, right? Good. I'm glad I have your attention because the next speaker is our chief guest today, and she's an icon of Africa, the continent. Once served as Rwanda's Minister for Agriculture and Animal Resources, the immediate former president of the Alliance for a Green Revolution in Africa, AGRA, a renowned agricultural scientist, policymaker, and leader in food security on the continent, and now the founder of Connect Africa Now. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our chief guest here today, Dr. Agnes Kalibata. Karibu sana.
Good morning, good afternoon. No, thank you so much. I've never been to a place where a few of my dreams come true in the same moment. And these are the dreams. Where you see an African institution that feels the need to demonstrate accountability. Joseph, I really am very proud of you. Listening to you this morning, not just showing us the numbers and the figures of what you've achieved, but showing the type of institution that is behind that and demonstrating accountability is what will build this continent. So really great job. The second other part, Mr. B, you know I'm an entomologist by profession. So if you ever have a problem, you know where to go. How many people here know what an entomologist is, by the way? Okay, good. Someone said fish, but no, it's actually... Yeah. The third one is climate. I've worked in the agriculture sector for some time now. And as I was leaving Agra, and many people were asking me, so what are you going to do next? The thing that kept coming in my mind is, you know, I grew up on a small farm and I saw, and I'm sure some of you, except many of you, are Gen Zs, the other Gen Z, just below me. I know that farmers, many of us went to school because those farmers farmed and sent us to school. And when I joined the ministry, or even came here at Agra, I was actually beginning to get excited about how farming could actually transform Africa. The only thing standing in our way today is climate change. So for me, it was like, I really need someone, I really need a group of people, I really need to start seeing serious commitment around climate change and climate change issues. And again, it's really great to see the vision that the country has had here. Wanted to really appreciate your work, Ambassador. Going back to 2012, many of our countries are still trying to understand what is going on. So going back to 2012 and being in a position where we actually now have an institution like this, it was not just an idea whose time has come, it was an idea whose leadership was committed. And I really just wanted to appreciate that. We are here, and I want to recognize the board. I want to recognize everyone here, so I'll say all protocols observed. So really appreciate the work you've done. We are here on this World Environment Day to recognize this strategy. This strategy is extremely important. I've read through all of it, and I appreciate its dedication in fostering collaboration, in fostering solutions to climate change, but in focusing on young people and understanding that Africa needs to nurture and appreciate its young so that we can move forward. Your Excellency, you quoted some of these reports that being released and telling us where the state of our continent is. We are living in the hottest period since the earth was created. Last year was the hottest year on earth. January this year was the hottest month on earth, and it's getting worse. And it's not just science. Let's think for a moment. There are people in this world that go to sleep not knowing that when they wake up, their country will still be there. Think of the Marshall Island, for example. They wake up, not every day they go to sleep, they think that their country will be gone. How many people in Africa? 300 million people that are getting much more outside that food security that we are talking about. When we were actually beginning to edge towards a more food secure continent. But it also goes at household level. How many mothers are making difficult choices on what to feed their children? So it's becoming unattainable. And how are we reacting to this challenge? The adaptation financing is one of them, except the gap is such a huge gap. It's so big. We must start thinking about what it means to respond to climate change. Ambassador, I'm really committed. I don't agree with you on this one. I think we must demand, because you said we are making progress. Yes, we are making progress, but we still have unsustainable development in our midst. Our world is where it is at because we have unsustainable development going on. And we must continue to demand that this stops. Because think about the future. If every day is getting hotter, what are we leaving behind? And yet, we continue to dig the ground to get oil. And we know that, even Africa has oil, but we are not digging it because all these things have already happened and that ship has sailed. We need to demand that these things that are contributing to climate change stop because our world is impacted the most. Africa is impacted the most, and we need to start demanding. But also people need to put adaptation financing on the table. Yes, because of that, but also because we live in this world together. Imagine if Africa was the cause of the problem of something that is a problem for the rest of the world. What would have happened? Do you think people would be sitting and saying, there's something happening in Africa? Africa needs to stop being nice. We need to continue demanding action until action is achieved. We really can't continue living in sustainable lives just because we are living in something that we have no control over. But there's good news. We are here to talk about the green transition of this wonderful institution. There's good news because we are thinking on our feet. And this this strategy that we are launching here today is an example of that. And Joseph and his team are not doing this alone. I recognize the partners we have in the room that do contribute to this incredible partnership that has been built. I do recognize that you're looking to build this on an ecosystem that recognizes that you have a room full of people that are ready to do businesses and are looking to do businesses that have incredible ideas. I also recognize that our governments are doing the best they can to support how we go forward. So I really would like to see that the areas that have been put forward as pathways to how we get this strategy done, the funding ecosystem that needs to be put in place, the technical support that needs to happen, the enabling environment, the market systems, the board chair mentioned all these things, that these things are able to work because we are behind and supporting this institution to do its best. We are at a time where the world is struggling. Let's be honest, right? We are at a time where the world is struggling to stay the course. But institutions like this remind us that we must stay the course, whatever happens. At the end of the day, we are only accountable to ourselves. And institutions like this make this possible. But let's go to green transitions. Let's start imagining how different our world can look. Imagine if our governments can start investing seriously in data so that data quality is no longer a problem for the businesses that are looking to do data. Imagine if we started investing seriously in regulatory ecosystems for data, so that the value of carbon in Africa, in any country in Africa, is as good as the value of carbon anywhere else in the world. And nobody's going to do this for us. We need to do it ourselves. Imagine if we started investing in our farmers, in regenerative agriculture in our farmers, and businesses like Nestle that are looking to purchase 50% of their produce from regenerative farmers look at Africa not just as a consumer, but as a business partner. Imagine if we started turning waste to wealth, like Ambassador said here. And imagine if we empowered our private sector, like Mr. Kizito said, and got out of the way and let them do the work. And really focused on creating the ecosystem. So, Mr. Kizito, we are going to hold you accountable to creating that environment and getting out of the way, right? So that private sector can do what they do best. This room is full of entrepreneurs and innovators. We need to find those resources that we talked about so that we give them an opportunity to succeed. But there's also something called failing fast. We also need to give them an opportunity to fail fast and try other things. Because if we don't try, we want to know what is sitting on the other side. So I really want to applaud what this institution has built in terms of prioritizing entrepreneurship, prioritizing ecosystems. I'm particularly passionate about prioritizing ecosystems because that's how you empower private sector in those ecosystems. That's how you ensure that there's no farmer left behind. You know, in the farming ecosystem, we've been making one mistake. We've been saying, oh, the smallholder farmers, oh yeah, those hold us back. We want the big farmers. With climate change, with an ecosystem approach, we need every farmer because their land count. So if we want to do it, and I'm saying this from a farmer's side, forgive me, if you want to do it because we love farmers, we'll do it because we want to protect that land. So welcome to my part of the world, and let's do the right thing for farmers, and let's do the right thing for our environment. So on this World Climate Day, I really want again to remind us that we have a collective responsibility we share. Remind us that this planet doesn't need us. Completely doesn't need us. You know how many years the world has been here, and you know how many years mankind has been here? Very few years. The world doesn't need us. And if it hurts so much, if who we are, what we do hurts so much, the world will reject us. And it is rejecting us slowly, and it is rejecting us. It is rejecting our behavior and what we are doing. And if it feels that we are going beyond what we were allowed to, or what it has allowed us to do, it will just be one night, like I said. So let's not do that to our future. Let's not do that to the future of our children. I wanted to appreciate the board. This board that has overseen this strategy, this incredible strategy. I really want to appreciate supporting an African institution like this. I worked in AGRA as president of AGRA, and my role was to ensure that Africa grows as that African institution. So I feel very proud that we do have an African institution in the midst of us that is trying to work with every one of us to find solutions to our problem. I want to leave with the Rwandan proverb. I come from Rwanda. Chair, you started by saying, speaking in Swahili, so I'm going to speak in Kinyarwanda. I'm not assuming anybody will hear me, but I'll translate. Yeah, so in Kinyarwanda we say, Akimuhana kaza imvura ihise. It means the climate impact we are looking for will always come a little bit too late. At household level, at country level, at any level. If something is happening to your house is on fire, your neighbor will only come because your house is on fire. That's already too late. Right? So, what help from outside comes a little bit too late. That's why institutions like this is extremely critical to what we do. Let's build the capacity for Africa to deal with African challenges. Thank you so much, and really congratulate you for the strategy.
Dr. Agnes Kalibata reminding us of where the solutions need to come from. They must come from within. They must come from Africa. KCIC has already begun the work and is now scaling that across the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, what is a launch without an actual launch moment? And what is a launch without cake? It's important, right? Because even as we make strides and even as we make commitments, we must celebrate that. And this is how we're going to do it. For the rest of you, I ask that you remain seated. You can follow what's happening at the corner of this room at the front. You can follow that on the screens. But I would like to ask the following, the CEO, Dr. Murabula, to be joined by the chair of the board, Mr. Kumba, please. Let's make our way there. I'd also like to ask the climate envoy, Ambassador Ali, and then also Dr. Agnes Kalibata. Can we have you at the launch so that we can do this and do this in style and make a celebration? Beyond everything, it is also to recognize the work that has been done, the great strides that have been achieved. And this is a celebration not just of KCIC, but of KCIC partners, Mr. B, and so many other organizations here that have done great work and made great strides. And it's also a reminder that the future is still bright. And as Dr. Kalibata says, we fight every day on the continent and we continue to demand. And what you're about to see now over the next 5 years is exactly that moment. Ernest, do you want to take it from here? I believe we need to give Dr. Murabula a pair of scissors to cut the ribbon. Can we get him a pair of scissors to do just that so that we can get this moment going? I don't know if we'll get some nice celebratory music. Do we have any that can set us up in the mood? All right, Ernest?
Yeah, thank you, my co-MC. So on the count of 5, we'll have the unveiling of the KCIC 4.0 strategy done. So can we begin? So
we can do the countdown together, yeah?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Congratulations, KCIC. 4.0 is here. It is the promise of 2030. And it's about accelerating that green transition. Please, let's continue to put our hands together for this wonderful moment, taking this beyond borders. And this is an assurance that even as we face the pressing challenges of climate change, KCIC will be here to walk that journey towards finding the solutions that the continent needs in mitigating the effects of climate change in the country. Please, another big warm round of applause to KCIC 4.0. Congratulations to you. Just before we cut the cake, let's take one last photo. I'd like to ask Meta, Melson, and Steve Tharakan to join us here for a photo. Let's have a photo here where we've launched this to join the 4 of you here so that we can take that photograph. Maybe we can flank this on the sides so that we continue to see that in motion. Maybe on either side. Ambassador, perhaps you could move to the other side so that we can have, yes, a nice even number on either side to take that photo. And remember our time here together. And hopefully we'll be back here in 5 years' time with some even greater stories and greater milestones of impact across the continent. All right, let's cut some cake now, shall we? I think there is enough to go around, everybody, so we'll make sure it comes around. Ernest, do you want to do this cake cutting?
I will ask the protocol team from KCIC if you could just come around after we cut the cake so that it's distributed and the hotel who can also help us with serving. So the cake cutting will be led by our CEO again and the chairman. And the cake is just to celebrate all of you. We appreciate you for having taken time to come and be with us. You've walked with us this journey. It has not been easy, but finally today, the baby has been born. So it has taken a year, but finally we can see the baby. And with time, the baby will walk, will become mature. And when we call you again after 5 years, we'll be telling you what the 5-year-old baby would have achieved in those 5 years. So thank you, and we want to cut the cake to celebrate that also with all of you. I think you can move that aside. Yeah, yeah. So, one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go.
Thank you. So I think the team will distribute the cake, and
Good, this is great. So that cake is going to get to everybody. We will make sure it's properly, equally shared out. But well done, the cake looks beautiful. I'm sure it tastes just as good. In the spirit of food security, at least we made sure everybody's fed, right?
Be fed, yeah.
There we
Thank
go.
you.
All right, so as we have the protocol team cutting the cake, just to make an announcement, 2 announcements actually. Don't forget that we still have the exhibition outside. There's many others in addition to Mr. B that are doing some innovative work, and it would be great for you to take a chance and look at that. That will be led by Felix Magaju, who's Director Enterprise Support and Investments outside. That'll happen after. Just that important reminder, and as well to just let you know that there will be some more photos that will be taken. We'll be coordinating that here after. But first, ladies and gentlemen, to close our time here today, we've had a great time together. We've had quite some reflection and quite some commitments to the future. Ladies and gentlemen, for the closing remarks and vote of thanks, Dr. Anne Kingiri, who's at the KCIC board and is the chair of the Finance and Strategy Committee. Karibu sana.
Our distinguished guest, Dr. Agnes Karibata, our special envoy, Ambassador Mohammed, and all the distinguished guests, protocol observed. Good morning, or is it good afternoon? It's good morning. You must all agree with me that this strategy that we have just launched has got some very key characteristics. I know all of you have picked something, but what I've picked is that this strategy is pan-African, it's a futuristic strategy. Is that so? It's futuristic. The other thing I've noted is that this particular strategy has something which I call innovation system approach. And it is going beyond what we have traditionally known as individual venture, and now is going to be supporting what we are calling climate innovation ecosystem. So you can actually see that it has considered all the stakeholders, system thinking, which is very, very critical. We need all the actors, we need all the stakeholders to address the issue we are having of climate change. The other thing that I see very, very key and is captured in this strategy is it has what I'm calling a collaborative spirit. It embraces a collaborative spirit, and this collaboration is very, very critical to what I call system learning for a transformative change. Very, very critical. So indeed, I can say that today, successful launch of this strategy has just ushered us, as Yvonne is telling us, it's a journey that we have started. And therefore, on behalf of the Board of Directors, led by our chair here, and on behalf of KCIC management and the staff who are here, I would want to give what we are calling our sincere gratitude. Thank you to the following. Number one, we want to thank the Almighty God who has seen us this far. God has seen us this far, since strategy 1.0 up to where we are here. And He is the same God who is going to take us to the future that we desire to see. We thank God for that. Number two, we want to appreciate our chief guest, Dr. Agnes here, and our ambassador here, for gracing this occasion, and many other key guests who are with us here. You found time to come to be with us, and we really appreciate your presence here. Number three, I want to appreciate all our collaborators and our partners at large. And remember, we are also remembering our past partners. Our past collaborators, you saw on the list, we have quite a number. And we are also thanking our partners and our collaborators who are today we have, and also the collaborators that we are going to have in the future. You have seen that our strategy is futuristic. So we are expanding our reach, and therefore we foresee expanding our collaborators and our partners. And we cannot actually walk that journey alone without our collaborators. We want to appreciate them very sincerely, and in particular our friends from Danida and the Swiss Embassy who are here, but of course we have a wider development partners who are supporting what we are doing. We appreciate our policy makers, our policy actors at the national level, at the county level, the agencies represented by quite a number of people here. We have our CEO from Youth Development Enterprise Fund here with us. We want to appreciate all of you for creating what I perceive to be a very conducive environment for us, KCIC, and the entrepreneurs to engage in climate, innovation, ecosystem space. We appreciate your partnership. I want to appreciate the entrepreneurs. Can you stand up? Innovators and entrepreneurs, can you stand up? We want to appreciate you. Innovators led by Mr. B and your team, can you please stand up? Young and young at heart, can you all stand up? We want to clap for you. We want to appreciate you very, very much. You are the reason why we are here. You are the ones who have, been with us. The progress we see, it is because of you. We really want to appreciate you, and also for the future that we want to see, the transformative change that we want to see. We want to appreciate you, those who are here and those who are outside, and those who are going to be joining us in the future. Thank you so much. We appreciate you very, very much. We started this journey with our consultants. They are here. I have seen them. Plus all the stakeholders who we engaged with. They are here. this journey, getting your insights, your ideas to enable us to get where we are here. So I think this is a joined up process. Joined up because it's been a collaboration with all of you, plus our consultants who have actually guided us, steered us the process. We want to thank you. They're here. Thank you very much for that. We want to appreciate the media. Yvonne and all the media fraternity who are here. We want to appreciate your presence here for making us, be seen there, be known now and even in future. We appreciate the media, all those who are here. And I think we can appreciate ourselves who are here. Let's clap for ourselves for being here since morning, very patient, participatory, and I think we have made this day to be what it is today. You have made this place to be very, very successful, and therefore we want to appreciate all of you who are able to join us. And from all of us, we want to say thank you and God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. As we enjoy cake, we'll just get on with some activity here on the stage. I'd like to take a couple of more photos, if you don't mind. Kindly indulge us just one more time in this one. I'd like us to take a photo here with that very nice banner in the background, because that will also serve as a good commitment reminder to KCIC. Every time they'll see the photos, they'll remember we stood there with Dr. Kalibata, we stood there with Ambassador Ali, and promised to do 1, 2, 3. And hopefully they hold us to account. So let's take a few photos here. Let's have the CEO, the board chair. Let's have Mr. Thakaran and Madam Mehta, as well as Dr. Kalibata. Let's have you up here. We take some photos. Yes, our photographer is here. Yes, up on stage. He will help us position ourselves. And maybe we can play some music as the rest goes on so that we can carry on. Thanks. I'd just like to ask you to stay there for one moment. We just add a couple of more people here. Can we have from the Ministry of Agriculture, engineer? Is he still with us? And then we have the rest of the board. Please join us up on stage, board members. Please join us on stage to add to this one. And let's see who else we can have here for the photo. So the rest of the board members. Bwana Kizito? Bwana Kizito? I'm sorry to break that one up. Mr. Moriasi as well. Please join us up here. And Mercy, please join us for the photo.
One, two.
Mr. Maranga? Mr. Maranga, please, you were a big part of this, so please join us here. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Please, let's look forward and smile. The camera is over here. Yes, smile. It's a good day. And I know I've asked a lot of you, so I'm going to ask to just indulge you one more time. I'd like the members of the strategy team to now join you. That'll be the last one, I promise. It's the absolute last one. And then you can enjoy your cake. The members of the KCIC strategy team, please join them up here on stage. Strategy team, KCIC, strategy team, Manajijua, strategy team, let's join and find a way to make sure everybody's in the photo. Bwana Chair, you could move a little bit more to your right. Mr. Chair, move to the right. A little bit more, or yes, or you can come to the other side and fill that slot. Okay. So if you can't see the camera person, then the camera can't see you. That's the rule. So just make sure you can see each other and you've got line of sight. One last smile. I promise this is the last one, so give it your best. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you for indulging us. You may take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, everyone.
KCIC has been one of the most impactful organizations in the climate space. The journey so far has had its challenges, but also extreme successes.
KCIC offered us results-based financing, a good loan at a good rate, good timelines to pay back. They actually settled the cost of our equipment that built our capacity tenfold.
Actually, KCIC has really opened my eyes in a lot of sectors, and it is the one that threw me into the market. It is the one that gave me the courage to get into the market. It is a mentor from KCIC that helped me put my product into the market after he was sent by KCIC to visit me and see how I was progressing. I had a lot of products that I was afraid to take to the market because I wanted to perfect it. But when he came, he told me, you perfect these things as you move on. You don't have that quantity of product and stay with it, trying to perfect it.
So I joined Climate Launchpad in 2021, and it was my second time applying with the Vaxibox solution. Through Climate Launchpad, we were able to build decks for the first time for Vaxibox and also learn how to pitch it. Also, we were able to figure out the financials around it from the training that we got. We learned how to market ourselves as a sustainable business, but then also to try out various experiments of just see which business models were actually working for us. And right now, we are already in the market. We make sales thanks to the process that we had through Climate Launchpad.
The biggest achievement from this strategy will be seeing that we have actually managed to go across other African regions, and we have supported clients or enterprises.
What I'll be most proud of is the interconnected support we will have offered not only to the entrepreneur but to the broader ecosystem.
I would be very proud after the 5-year strategy period to have supported a minimum of 8,000 entrepreneurs.
At the end of Strategy 4.0, I'm looking forward to a lot of community livelihood impact. I'm really excited to see how we transform the
populations and the different audiences that we are targeting with our program have increased awareness, have increased access to information that will make them make decisions that champion and also contribute to climate change agenda across Kenya and even beyond Kenya.
If we can see an ecosystem working together, creating efficiencies, that will be the best outcome of this strategy.